Local water done well update. I'll hand it over to Wendy.
Kia ora, councillors. This morning we have a large session on local water done well, updating you on some information that will provide input, enable you to ask some questions and chew on some matters as we head into the decision in June to decide on our entity and then our water service delivery plan decision subsequent to that. So we've got a range of people in the room today. I'm going to introduce them all at once and then they will come up separately. Yeah, I think it's probably easier. So sitting at the table here this morning, we have Jaron Shaw from Department of Internal Affairs. Jaron's been on this water reform journey a long time under the previous government's agenda and this one. So he'll take you through the departmental view on where things are at, etc. We have Charlotte Reid sitting here as well from the Commerce Commission, and of course economic regulation is the newest thing in this water reform program. So Charlotte will take us through that. We also have Tim Cadogan, who is over the back here, former mayor. They're fine, they can come up. And Josephine Clark, who are from Taumata Arawai, the water regulator. They've been going a little bit longer, so 2-3 years now. Yeah, so they'll give a perspective. So you'll recall that the water reform requires that regulatory tension across both economic regulation and water quality regulation. So it's an exciting morning for us all. And post that we will have, we'll take a short break and we'll bring Dougal and Chris O'Neill from Minter Allison, who are looking after the well, today they'll be talking about the foundation documents that go into the new entity that don't form part of the decision in June, but are an important context so that you understand the kind of how the reform will work and what is required at different points in our decision-making processes. So with that, I'll pass to Jaron in the first instance, and we can go through the department's view.
Jaron, will you tell us when we can have questions? I'll just record names.
Absolutely, Mayor Baker. Just want to acknowledge your worship, Mayor Baker, and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you this morning, and thank you for the intro, Wendy. As Wendy said, I've been involved in water reform for some years now, firstly as part of the previous government's Three Waters program, and more recently as a Chief Advisor on local water done well at DIA. DIA is the local government portfolio's policy advisor, and that includes policy advice and legislation for water reform. I've been doing a number of these council presentations now, but none are of more interest personally to me than this one, being a resident of Porirua City Council, so I have a keen personal interest in the decision that you will take over the coming months. If I begin with the policy at a high level, Local Water Done Well is the coalition government's plan to address New Zealand's long-standing water infrastructure challenges. It recognises the importance of local decision-making and flexibility for communities and councils to determine how their water services are best delivered. And it will do this while maintaining strong emphasis on meeting rules for water quality and investment in infrastructure. Local Water Done Well goes about this by introducing fit-for-purpose service delivery models and financing tools, ensuring that water services are financially sustainable, and importantly, that the finances for water services are ring-fenced from other council business, and introducing greater central government oversight, including economic and water quality regulation. The timeline you see on the screen is one that we've shared with councils over a number of months now, and it breaks the time period to deliver a water service delivery plan down into logical phases. It's important for me to note that there is only one mandated timeline, and that is the date for submission of your water service delivery plan, and that date is the 3rd of September 2025. But of course, if you work back from that timeline, there are logical periods and phases that you can work towards, including initially identifying the options that are relevant to your council for further analysis and consideration, moving forward to consultation, and then making a decision prior to submitting your water service delivery plan. And if you look at the second to last column there, the May through to July period, we would envisage that councils at this stage of your decision making will have completed or be partway through your consultation, be considering the community feedback you receive from that, and then making a final decision ahead of submitting your water service delivery plan. So the great news is you are right where you should be from our perspective in making these considerations. And I do want to acknowledge at this point in time the challenge of working across 5 councils on a joint water service delivery model, and really acknowledge the work of your project team to continue to work constructively across all 5 councils to get to this point of your decision making and then moving forward. You may be interested in some of the progress across the rest of the country, and overall we're seeing high levels of collaboration on joint delivery models across the country, particularly in the North Island. Many of the groupings that are emerging and being consulted on at the moment are for 3 or 4 councils. The largest potential grouping at this stage is the Waikato Water grouping. That could be up to 7 councils, and that's closely followed by your potential grouping of 5 councils across the Wellington region. The latest figures are as at the 13th of May, so the ones you see on the screen are slightly out of date. As at the 13th of May, 60 councils have either completed or commenced consultation now. 41 of those councils have indicated a preference for a multi-council CCO, and 19 have indicated a preference for a single council, and that includes either remaining as they are, delivering services within the council, or via a single council-owned CCO. So I just want to acknowledge we've made a mistake on that slide. It's 19 rather than 20 councils that have a preference for a single council CCO. For those councils working towards multi-council CCOs as their preferred option, generally we're seeing good collaboration and alignment across consultation material. Where we're seeing the greatest collaboration is probably in this region, actually, where you have joint governance arrangements, joint working groups, and an MOU that you're working towards. So those, I guess, structural settings put you in a good position to make an informed decision. Broadly speaking, councils are on track to submit the water service delivery plans by the 3rd of September. We haven't received any requests for any extensions at this stage. So what we're hearing as we work across councils are a number of familiar questions or consistent themes, the first of which is what are the implications of economic regulation? And the great news for you today, councillors, is we have Charlotte Reid here from the Commerce Commission to answer that question or to talk about that particular topic in a far more compelling way than I can. The second key question or theme we hear a lot from councils is how should the changing wastewater standards be reflected in water service delivery plans. So you'll be aware that the Water Service Authority, Taumata Arawai, have been consulting on changes to national wastewater standards. And as a result, or as part of that definition of the changing standards, have been completing some case studies on, in particular, benefits from a standardised consenting and design process for wastewater schemes. Those case studies have been very promising and are indicating cost savings in the vicinity of 40% across the design and consenting processes. And so we're encouraging councils to look through your asset management plans to identify where those changing standards and savings are likely to have an impact, and to reflect those as well-reasoned estimates in your asset management plans and therefore your water service delivery plans. The third aspect we queried a lot on the considerations and benefits for joint arrangements. For Porirua City Council in particular, if I look at your 24 to 34 LTP, you're projected to run close to your borrowing limits, and therefore the separation of water debt will effectively resolve this constraint. Establishing a water CCO effectively lifts your borrowing constraint, enabling water debts to be carried over a longer period of time. This has positive impacts on affordability and levels of investment in our community. And the creation of new borrowing capacity within the council will improve the overall council balance sheet. So those are some of the financial benefits from working towards a joint CCO. In terms of the fourth theme, we hear quite a bit of the control of water assets and the role of councils in setting the direction for a separate water organisation in the future. There is a bespoke accountability framework that applies to local water done well that is different from the Local Government Act's accountability framework, which is your LTP and your plan cycle that you're very familiar with. So under local water done well, all water providers have to create a separate water services strategy, and that is informed by a statement of expectations that is given to the water organisation by the shareholding councils. The water organisation has to give effect to that statement of expectations through their water services strategy. And that includes directions on what is important to shareholding councils, anything from growth as a priority, pricing, levels of investment, priorities of investment. So those direction setting aspects have to be reflected in the water services strategy. And then on an annual basis, the water organisation has to prepare an annual budget for shareholding councils, and again, that needs to be consistent with the statement of expectations. So through the process of forming a water organisation, council shareholders will have significant opportunity to shape and influence the direction setting of the water organisation. And finally, a key theme we hear quite a bit of is around the cross-subsidising of water services. Under local water done well, there is certainly no need to pursue cross-subsidisation or standardisation of pricing, where there are multiple councils involved in a jointly owned water organisation. Generally speaking, prices should be cost reflective and reflect the realities of each region. And I understand that the approach you're taking is likely to feature some sort of cost to serve principles in your shareholders agreement, which we feel is entirely appropriate. And Charlotte will also talk to the Commerce Commission's perspective on standardising prices as well. So finally, before I open up for any questions, I'll just cover the water service delivery plans specifically. So the plans are due to the department on the 3rd of September 2025. When the department considers those plans for acceptance, the lens we will be applying is legislative compliance. So firstly, does the plan contain the information that is required in the Preliminary Arrangements Act? The simplest way to think about that is we've produced a template water service delivery plan that effectively operates as a checklist of the information that's required. And the second key test that the department will be looking at is whether the plan demonstrates financial sustainability of water service delivery from the 1st of July 2028 and onwards. The three lenses we'll be applying to financial sustainability are revenue sufficiency, or whether there is enough revenue to cover the costs of service delivery, investment sufficiency, or whether the plan demonstrates that there is enough investment to meet regulatory requirements and provide for growth, and financing sufficiency, or whether the funding and finance arrangements are sufficient to meet the investment requirements in the plan. So thanks very much, Mayor Baker.
Thank you. Yep, questions. Josh?
Thank you very much. That was very helpful and very useful. And I wonder, just as an example, thinking about the degree to which councils will have an ability to shape the direction, and you'd mentioned in particular that that there'll be a few ways that we're able to do that. I wonder, as an example, we know that one of the major decisions that whoever is in charge of water over the next few years in our region is going to have to make is what we're going to do about potentially water metering and volumetric charging. And so I wonder what that decision framework will look like, assuming we go ahead with this proposed model. And in particular, I wonder if you could walk us through how a decision like that would be made. And in particular, I'm interested in, would something like a decision to move to a water metering model be a discussion that was instigated by councils and this entity would respond to, or is this the sort of thing that the entity would come to councils and say, hey, we're looking at doing this, what do you think? And what would that process look
Wendy?
like?
Water meters are in our draft water services delivery plan, because the councils in this region, aside from one, have agreed to that being included. So they are provisionally in there. Hutt City is at the front end of that. So they're already, in our case, they're already captured in there. The form and pricing and all of that stuff is still to be worked through. But that this council and two of the others have already taken that decision.
If I can answer the question more generally, Councillor, I think initiating initiatives like that could come from either direction. So as a councillor, I would expect the professional directors and management running a water organisation to be proactive in identifying opportunities, bringing those to the attention of shareholders, so it could be initiated that way. Equally, I would expect councillors and shareholding councils to convey to the water organisation what's most important from a community perspective as well. So I think the initiation of large projects can come from both directions, but ultimately they would need to be reflected in expectations and water services strategies and plans.
Okay, thank you. And further to that, so obviously multiple shareholding councils, in terms of the way in which the guidance that councils are giving, or the direction that councils are giving to these entities, how do you see situations being resolved where there is potentially inconsistent messaging coming from different councils within a cluster?
Yeah, I think, it's a great question. It's sort of one of those practical questions, and I think probably the best example of it is how that's working now, just in the kind of machinations around getting to a joint model. And the example I use is the project team working on your behalf, who are engaging consistently across all of those councils to understand priorities, to understand where there are potential points of conflict and trying to work through those. And in the future, there will need to be a function that is able to carry out a similar role around, understanding where the friction points might be and working through resolutions of those.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Ross?
Just a question here. It just comes to mind that all this work is being done, and it's necessary to go down this track before the entity exists, if indeed we go down the single entity, where it will have new directors, perhaps new leadership and others within the organisation. What if they find at the end of all this, with all the work being done by others from the outside who are not vested in what happens to the organisation going forward, they find that there's not revenue sufficiency, there's not investment sufficiency? How does that work? What will the mechanism be for those that get in who actually are going to drive the organisation?
That's a great question, Councillor. So there are two acts essentially in play here. The first is the Preliminary Arrangements Act, which largely deals with water service delivery plans. But that was always designed to be time-bound, particularly around the plans themselves. There's another bill currently before the Select Committee that's envisaged will pass late July, early August at this stage, which essentially deals with the enduring arrangements. If you put those two things together, for example, a plan submitted, it's accepted, the modelling stacks up, and then implementation starts, and let's say those early directors or managers find something that's not quite what they expected. There are mechanisms built into the future Enduring Act that would enable changes to be made. So they may be changes to models, they may be changes to structures, etc., how services are delivered, but there are enduring arrangements to be able to respond to challenges in the future.
Yeah, I accept that, but you know, we sitting here now, we all know very well about modelling. The modelling's going to be wrong, isn't it? So that those mechanisms are going to be applied, I would suspect, going forwards.
Yeah.
It's just a comment. You don't have to reply.
Don't have to answer them. We're used to it.
Model, schmodel, you know.
Yeah, I
come
mean,
on.
I'd say model's a point in time, and you'll know very well that LTPs assumptions change on a regular basis. They're reflected in changes in annual plans, so that's already a process that is established and familiar.
Mike.
Yeah, thanks very much for what you've presented. What's worried me all the way through this is there's no way on earth that this is going to be any cheaper. It's going to be expected to be a lot more, isn't it? It's going to cost ratepayers a hell of a lot more.
No, our strong view is that this will be cheaper than the alternative. So are prices going to continue to rise in the future? Then I would say yes, they are. But joining a regional CCO that gives you the financing efficiency through scale, that gives you operating efficiencies through scale, will deliver a more affordable price to consumers than the status quo would. So when you compare it on a counterfactual basis, then this is the most cost-effective model.
Yeah, most cost-effective model. But when ratepayers get their rates bill from the council and they get their water bill from the new entity, there's no way in the world that's going to be cheaper, is it?
It's unlikely to be cheaper than today, but it would be cheaper than the status quo alternative, Councillor, is our strong view.
Kathleen?
Oh, hi, Jaren. Thanks for coming in. With regards to the 1st of, is it the 1st of October 2025 is day zero, is for the Metro company, or can't remember the name of it, but is that what is happening across New Zealand with other councils? Are they starting day zero straight after this legislation as well?
It varies. So the time frames for implementation varies. So there's so Selwyn, for example, are on a very fast establishment timeline, which they if they follow through on their implementation intentions, would be operational within this calendar year. That's their intention. Other councils or groups of councils have a similar timeline to the one you are envisaging, which is 1st of July 2026. Others are more aligned to the LTP cycle of 1st of July 2027. So all of those implementation considerations take a number of factors into account around scope and timeframes and those sorts of things. But the day zero versus day one approach is quite a consistent one.
Okay, thanks. So what I heard is it's not an actual legislative requirement, but and there's a whole range of different dates that other councils are doing.
That's correct. The legislative requirement is to demonstrate financial sustainability from 1st of July 28, regardless of model. The establishment timeframes are more a function of realising the benefits as soon as possible.
And just last question, the statement of expectations that you mentioned, and I know that's going to be spoken about in the other presentations that we've got coming up, but is that something that will need to be in the plan that's due in September?
No, not the statement of expectations. So the requirements around the statement of expectations is that it has to be issued to the water organisation. I believe it's 3 months. It's either 3 or 6 months ahead of a water services strategy being required. So your first water services strategy will be most logically drafted and accepted by shareholding councils before your day one.
Okay, thanks.
Kylie?
Thank you. Just quickly, you said before that this is more of a cost-effective model from a regional point of view. But what if, just as an example, for our region, what if one community, quite a large community, was to decide that actually they didn't want to do it from a regional point of view? Where would that put us? From an affordability, aspect.
Councillor, if I just clarify, does that mean if one of the other councils didn't want to work with you and so there were fewer in the... Yep. So obviously the larger the better from a scale perspective, and particularly when you're looking for operating efficiencies. The greater number of connections or the greater population served, you'll be able to achieve greater efficiency the bigger you are. From a financing efficiency perspective, the way the local government funding agencies are looking at it is they'll offer the most generous borrowing terms to organisations that serve 50,000 or greater connections. Your joint model is well in excess of that, so you will realise those. And if one of the other councils, for example, in the region didn't want to proceed with the model, you would still realise those benefits.
Anyone else? No? Thank you. We're moving to you. Next one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you very much for having us here to speak today. I'm Charlotte Reid from the Commerce Commission. I have a role there as the head of water. My background includes both being a civil engineer in the water sector, New Zealand and abroad, and working with economic regulators elsewhere as well. So happy to take questions from you at the end, but we just have a set of slides that provide an overview to economic regulation, which has, Wendy has said, has been the new thing that's been introduced as part of Local Water Done Well. So you may have heard of the Commerce Commission in one of our various guises. We're an independent competition, fair trading, consumer credit and economic regulator, so quite a few functions as an organisation. Our economic regulation function is around the regulation of monopoly services, so things that people need for their day-to-day life that they can't get from more than one provider. That includes telecommunications, energy line services. We ask for information on transport fuel. We have roles in groceries, dairy, airports, and now under this government's reforms in water. So many things to do. We look to promote competition in markets throughout the economy, and obviously there's a lot of talk about airlines at the moment. We influence monopoly infrastructure performance for better essential services. So if any of you have been following what's been happening around Auckland Airport and their charges, that's been a place that we've had a role as well. And we tackle harm from unfair trade practices and irresponsible lending. So, for example, pyramid schemes that are really damaging to vulnerable New Zealanders. We look for 4 main outcomes as an organisation, and I always think that 2 of those speak to the water sector the most. One of those is stewardship. So New Zealanders, including Māori, have trust and confidence in the systems we're involved in, looking at taking a long-term view over assets and investments and outcomes to consumers, and that those consumers of essential services get quality and value and reliable services. I know you probably won't be able to read this, but it's really just to show that the Commission is very aware that we are entering into a very crowded regulatory landscape. But we work closely with the Department of Internal Affairs, not only on the policy development, but on the information they already ask for. And we work closely also with Taumata Arawai on the information that they ask for and the role that they have in the regulatory system. We're also developing our relationship with regional councils because we recognise that we have a regulatory role next to them, and in some places we will regulate them. For example, if Greater Wellington Regional Council enters into the CCO, whilst we won't regulate them directly, then we would regulate them through that CCO. We always find it quite useful to speak about the Commission's expectations of governance in the organisations that we're responsible for regulating. So I've already mentioned that we take a long-term view, and in fact the purpose statement that we work to is the long-term interests of consumers. So the interests of consumers now and in the future. You'll see that a focus of our first round of information disclosure requirements, which I'll speak to shortly, is really around data and understanding your assets and building that understanding to make good choices about investments. We have quite strict, I would say, assurance and accountability requirements. So whether those are self-certification by directors or councillors, or audit of the information provided through to us. We take the information that you publish for your consumers and that you provide to us very seriously. We'll be looking for organisations to meet the reasonable expectations of their shareholders and their stakeholders. So obviously we've talked in the room today about the statement of expectations, and we're required to take that into account in terms of our regulation of any entity that you set up. But we'll be also looking at how the entities are engaging with stakeholders and making decisions in investment that are in the best interests of stakeholders. So one of the questions I've had this week has been about a scheme that could be quite expensive for the community, it could be cheaper, that the cheaper outcome might not be the best one and the expensive one could be a better one. And those are classic examples of where we would expect a water organisation to work with its community to understand their ability and willingness to pay for whether the sort of the level of service that they're going to get for the investment that's provided. The local water done well provides for ring fencing of water expenditure, water revenue on water services, and we have a role in monitoring and, if necessary, enforcing that. For some councils, that will be quite a significant change, being able to demonstrate that to us and to their communities. And I have a piece up there about information flows. So that's for us really suggesting that as you set up your new organisation, or if you make a decision to keep things in-house, that you think about if you were to sign off the information that comes to us, what evidence do you need of the quality of information that's been provided to you? Are you confident that your organisation is relying on consistent and credible data, and how is that information flowing from the CCO back to the council if you make that choice? Because I think you've already expressed in the room the importance of that to you today, and how does that information flow to the regulator as well? So some of those sorts of things are probably for your implementation team, but something to think about so that you're getting what you need to have confidence in the directors that you're appointing. So I've mentioned information disclosure a couple of times. It's a fancy way of saying requiring organisations to publish information that we think is of interest to consumers. And typically, if you speak to regulated parties and other places that we're involved, are also imperative for the good running of their organisations. We published an initial discussion document in February earlier this year, and we'll be publishing the submissions and our summary of those shortly. And we've used that information as we set out the initial requirements for this. So Bill 3 requires us to publish our initial requirements 6 months after it is passed. So shortly after the Draft Act goes through, we'll be consulting on the formal legal document, which is those disclosure requirements. We set those requirements, but we expect them to initially include details across quite a range of areas, so OPEX and CAPEX, historical and forecast, revenue. It can include information on tariffs and charges if we decide that's necessary in addition to your water services strategy. financing plans and service quality, and also consumer engagement, asset management, like I've mentioned. The other thing that I think is of interest in this room is the potential consumer protection that we have, regime that we have. So I've mentioned that we operate with the long-term interest of consumers in mind, and part of those initial disclosure requirements will be looking to seek information to be published by yourselves that demonstrates that the interests of consumers are being met. So whether that's being able to have their complaints addressed in a reasonable way, whether that's access to dispute services if they're needed. We haven't finalised what those questions are or will be, but those are some of the areas that our consumer protection regime touches on. So we have, the government has designed a flexible and proportionate toolkit for the economic regulator in this space. So our first tool is this information tool. We also have the ability to set revenue thresholds. Those are non-binding in the first instance, but are a way of the Commission indicating to an organisation that we think that their revenue should be a bit higher or a bit lower than has been set. We're unlikely to set those until we've got information ourselves and been able to form a view, but that is a tool that we can have to, I guess in your instance, perhaps give you some confidence in that future CCO if problems are identified. I've mentioned that we've got a role monitoring and enforcing the financial ring fence, but we're also able to require a specific portion of revenue to be spent on a particular asset, on an expense category or project or program. So a classic example of that could be where there's been historic underinvestment in renewals. We could require expenditure on renewals. If a council is unwilling to make quality upgrades to meet the drinking water standards, then we could require that expenditure to be made. It's a very powerful tool, but we would expect to use it in a targeted and proportionate way. I don't have the resources to go out there and tell everyone how to run their business. So these are the sorts of things that we will use if we see harm and if there's a demonstration of harm. We have other tools that can be turned on following designation from the Minister. So this would be where we see an issue, we do an analysis, we consult and make a recommendation to the Minister, and then the Minister could make a decision to apply additional tools into our regulatory toolkit. There are three of those. The first of those is called quality regulation. I know it's a very crowded quality space already with the regional councils and Tamara Arawai, but the space that I've seen and economic regulators abroad set quality standards include service pressure to the connection point, or outages and interruptions to supply, or things like internal sewer flooding. So trying to reduce those sorts of impacts on consumers, I suppose. The other tool there is performance requirements. So again, that's a pretty flexible tool and is designed essentially to improve the performance of an organisation. So whether that's requiring them to use a cost-benefit analysis approach, a particular approach to risk management, essentially an opportunity to require them to apply industry best practice into what they do. And there are some sorts of performance requirements in the charter that's been set by the DIA for water care. So they're required to produce an asset management and capital delivery improvement plan, for example. So again, quite a flexible tool, but can be used to, I think personally, deliver quite significant benefits at a much lower regulatory cost than our final tool, which is price quality regulation. So that's what we do for some of the larger organisations around the country, Chorus and Transpower. We set them an individual price path, which is their maximum revenue that they can take for the services they provide, but we expect a certain level of investment and outcomes and deliverables in relation to that. We also have, I think it's also worth saying that to start with, our regulatory powers are in the water and wastewater space. Stormwater can be designated to be added to the regulatory space in the future if that's deemed necessary. And likewise, the additional tools that we have in the consumer protection space would only be applied if they are designated. So if we see a problem through our initial information disclosures. Also, obviously, of relevance to the Wellington region is the foundational information disclosure that we will be applying to Wellington Water. So I'm pretty sure the Gazette notice means that Wellington Water became a specified entity either yesterday or Friday. I was trying to get the date straight in my mind yesterday. They've been very facilitative, I would say, of the regulatory process. They've provided information to us when we've requested that in advance of our formal powers starting, which only start once they're gazetted, once that specified entity exists. And so we're hopeful of consulting on those initial information requirements in mid to late June is the timeline we're looking at the moment. And with that, I will take any partai about the regulatory regime. Thanks for your time.
Jeff, I had you first.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Kia ora, Josephine. Ngā mihi ki a koe. He patai. I have 4 questions, though they may be supplementaries as a... sorry, you're right there? Charlotte. I thought it was Josephine.
No.
Aroha mai. Well, I'll mihi hu too.
Kia ora, Jeff.
So I have 4 questions, though there may be some subs in there, so thank you. First of all, I've really appreciated you reciting the 4 main outcomes of the Commission and noted fair trade as one of those components. I just want to get some certainty here. That incorporates the ability for, the kind of issues regarding social procurement, hiring local, training local, in terms of entities that would sit within this taket for today.
So I guess our fair trade powers are not related to this part of the Commerce Act. That's us addressing fair trade issues outside the monopoly services. Our interest is in consumers, and so it's an interesting space for us to consider around what community benefit looks like in that space. At the moment, the Commission hasn't taken any decisions on that. I would see that as the sort of thing that a council would be putting into the statement of expectations, but it's not. The community side of things is unlikely to come from the Commission. Our focus will be on the consumer.
Okay.
That would be our provisional view.
Right. Next partai, and this might actually have been covered in the discussion document, which I have not read around information disclosure, so mea culpa. But can you just go back to this point about defining robust information? You talked a great deal of the types of sources of information, but to what degree of detail is the Commission looking for? Is it a higher level that we have had in the past in general for water entities?
I mean, my short answer to that is yes, that we do tend to require quite granular and detailed information. Obviously, we're trying to strike a balance between an unnecessary regulatory burden and the exposure of the level of information that we think consumers need to see to know that things are being done well. But I probably find a useful touch point in Gillian Blythe, who's the head of Water New Zealand, and those sorts of things. She understands the current council water service provider model, and she's worked in the regulated businesses and electricity, and she her views are that this will be quite a step change for the sector to have the information requirements that we're likely to put in place.
Thank you. Obviously, transparency of this stuff is going to be vital, especially with regards to the relationship that these new entities will have with consumers. We're moving through the questions quite quickly, thank you. I think I want to confront this issue with regards to, you alluded to before, with regards to airline prices. This comes up to issues around supermarkets and so forth, and the accusation that the Commission moves too slowly or does not act decisively with its additional toolbox items, the bigger tools that come out, as alluded to with regards to the regulatory rules. What is your understanding of the thresholds that are going to come in, that will allow those tools to be used? Because I think that gives certainty again to people here at Porirua consumers of a potential water services entity.
Yeah, so I think it's probably quite important to put aside the discussion of the Commission in the room today. I'm not particularly well qualified to answer on behalf of our organisation those other accusations, but when it comes to the water sector, We are unlikely, I think, to apply any of those tools until we receive information that we've got confidence in, and it's unlikely that that would be until 26, 27 potentially. However, if there are obvious areas of harm, and that might be triggered by a request from a council to do a particular investigation, and we would need to see whether we can do that. We certainly have the ability to consider information that's not information we've disclosed, required to be disclosed, and we have the ability to consider. We have the ability to ask for additional information too. So if problems are identified by councils or by Tamara Arawai, then I think it's reasonably likely that we would do an investigation to see whether we needed to turn those tools on. We haven't taken any decisions on those things yet, and that's a piece of work that my team has only just started to turn its attention to. We're only just on the rebuild after the stop work notice.
Yeah. I just have a sup on this one before we move on to the next question. I think because of the uncertainty of this emergent sector, that's entirely understandable to want to get the data to satisfy as part of the ID work. But I think the concern I would like to have some commentary on is notwithstanding that you're going to get this information in, at what point is the Commission going to be satisfied, not just, as you say, 26, 27, but what does it actually mean for the organisation to have certainty? Is it going to be comparing this to other regions? Is it that kind of level of certainty you're requiring?
So one of the things that we are required to do with the information that's disclosed is to summarise and analyse that information. So we'll be playing that back in terms of information that interested parties, including consumers, can look at and understand how their performance is compared to other organisations. What a threshold for harm is, that's something I haven't had defined yet. So I'm really sorry, but we can't answer that specific question at this time.
I understand. You guys will be working on it in due course. You're almost there. One to go. I think
they're good questions.
Very kind of you. Everybody's questions are good, eh? But I think that this kind of comes back to the point around the conversation of consumer charters. And you were talking about this in terms of the quality regulation and performance requirements, perhaps at a high level, but there's still a role, I think, for more plain language arrangements for consumers at the ground, at the shovel level, for lack of a better phrase. Do you think, or does the Commission think, in their opinion, that consumer charters will help the work of the Commerce Commission in terms of being able to serve as an effective regulator for a new entity?
Well, it's an interesting frame, actually. I think it will help any organisation deliver that service to consumers. I personally think that some of the components I would expect to see in a charter around, statements on accessibility or transparency or accountability to consumers are hugely beneficial to consumers. And I think that by evidencing those things and having those conversations, we are likely to have more confidence in the delivery of those services to consumers.
Thanks a bunch. No more questions. Thanks a bunch. Yeah.
Thank you. Kathleen?
My question is around procurement. So you spoke about the information that needs to be disclosed, and it looked like annual reports and budgets.
A lot of it looks quite familiar. Yeah.
And also disclosing that how much, for want of a better word, how much work's been done, how much assets or been ring fenced, or how much money's been put aside for assets. But I don't necessarily think that it's a question of how much work is being done, whether it's more about how much value for money we're getting. So what approach will the Commerce Commission
that's a really
take?
good question. So my staff are making a recommendation on kind of the key areas for our initial information disclosure to our committee today. and procurement is one of those areas of disclosure. So whilst we won't set procurement rules, we will be asking organisations to expose what their procurement rules are, right? So we've seen issues obviously in Wellington and we've seen issues in Auckland. We know that this is a potential problem for the sector, and so we'll be asking for transparency on those things. I think the other part of what you're speaking to around value for money is more in the efficiency space, so not just what goes in but what comes out, right? And again, I think that turns more to our summary and analysis function. So when we're thinking about the information that we're asking for, we're thinking about the performance stories that we want to tell. And one of the limbs of our purpose statement, which I won't bore you with, is about efficiency. So that is definitely an area of comparison that I would expect us to be doing in our performance analysis.
Okay. I heard you mention a few times with your different tools, if designated, like if you need to use performance or risk management to draw on.
Those flexible tools, yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to get a gauge of how much oversight you will have. Is it more that if a complaint is triggered, then you'll look in deeper, or is it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yeah, so I mean, we'll look to regulate the entities in the round, and we don't do their job for them. So if they get a complaint from their member of public, even if that gets escalated to an MP, that doesn't mean that we're going to jump in and deal with it. What we'll be looking at is really the bigger performance stories, I think. So you can probably think about that in the Wellington region as maybe, I don't know, maybe you look to odour concerns. If that was something that really became escalated and the councils felt like the organisation wasn't dealing with it, they might bring it to the regulator. We might consider it, but I really see us working more at a level slightly above that in general terms. So again, if I turn back to water care and the use of the performance tool there, it's an asset management and investment improvement tool. So that's looking at the entity or the organisation at its delivery of its capital program in the round and saying we think that improvements are required. Well, DIA thought the improvements were required and that tool's being applied. So whilst it can be narrow and tailored, our initial, we're not the people who are going to solve all the problems. We're still expecting the organisations to do that for themselves. I sort of would turn that around and say we've got tools that can help them do that better if we think that the long-term interests of consumers are not being met.
Okay, that's what I kind of gathered.
Yeah.
Just wanted clarity.
Yeah, no, it's a good question as well.
So with our statement of expectation, that's quite vital then for us to get that right, because will that be something that you will not necessarily regulate, but sort of check in that it's being?
So I suppose we have to consider the duties on suppliers, and my understanding is that a duty on supplier is the delivery of the statement of expectations, that's right. And so if a council has required something of the organisation which costs a significant amount of money, and the organisation is saying that that's not affordable, those are the sorts of places where things are going to get real tough for us as a regulator. But we have to consider those expectations that you've laid out in any decisions that we make relating to that organisation.
A last question. Just wondering how or what approach you're going to be taking with Wellington Water now that they've been gazetted.
Yeah, so we will be setting quite a tailored set of information disclosure requirements on them, and it is focused, assuming our committee accepts staff decisions or recommendations, it will be focused on that value for money space. I can't yet speak to the timing or frequency of the reporting that we would be expecting, but I can say that once our long-term information disclosure requirements are in place, that those they're called foundational information disclosure requirements, come to an end. That's the way the legislation's set up. We could then tailor additional requirements for Wellington Water going forward. And obviously, once we start getting information, if it's the kind of information that lends itself to comparison with others, and there is information we can use for that, then we would do that kind of analysis as well.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. You mentioned earlier that your remit covers freshwater and wastewater.
Drinking water and wastewater,
Yep. But you're leaving the door open for stormwater.
The government's left the door open for stormwater.
And do you see that as potential?
Look, I feel like there's definitely issues in the stormwater space. How and when that tool would get turned on, I think that is another area that we'll have to do some work on, or the government will have to do some work on. It's a little bit grey. But I'm thinking I'm going to be addressing the other concerns first.
Okay, and when it comes, I hark back to affordability. What really concerns me with this whole setup, talk about revenue thresholds and your power to set minimum and maximum revenue thresholds, and price quality regulations, ability to set minimum and maximum prices. So what's going to be the tool? The bottom line for us when we're setting rates is affordability, and that's a real nightmare. How on earth are you going to make this affordable for?
Well, it's a really good question, because it's actually not something that is a requirement of us specifically in the legislation this time round. So I think when we look at the long-term interests of consumers, obviously it's not really in the long-term interests of consumers if no one can pay the bills in year one. So there's that particular lens. And I've said I've done some work in the UK previously where bad debt became a particularly high component of operating costs for organisations. So it's likely that we would have to look at it with that lens. But do we have to set affordable bills when we set those prices? Well, that's not what the legislation requires. We'll be leaning into the things like efficiency and the long-term interests of consumers.
Anyone else? No? Thank you very
Kia ora
much.
tātou, thanks for your time.
Okay.
Tēnā koroa, Mayor Baker and CEO Walker, tēnā koutou councillors and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. My name's Tim Cadogan. I'm the Local Government Engagement Specialist at the Water Services Authority Taumata Arawai. With me is Joey Clark, who is the Chief Advisor to the CEO, Alan Pragnell. Alan can't be here today, and those of you who have ever met with Alan will know how much he loves the engagement with council. So he's very disappointed. He sent two of us to replace one of him, so that seems a fairly fair ratio if you know Alan. But we're here to join with you today in some fairly big decisions and hopefully assist in that. Mayor Baker, what is your time frame? I'm just conscious of time. How long? When do you want us to wind up?
Oh, I want you to take the time you need.
Good as gold. I was hoping to hear that, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. So let's get ourselves on the road then. And first up, what are we going to be talking about today? What's our regulatory focus for the next 3 years? So basically communicating with you our priorities and expectations, particularly for drinking water suppliers. We're going to look at two reports that are due out at the end of next month. I get very excited about these. Councillor Hayward, I think you will too, because they're just full of data. But they are very, very helpful reports when it comes to seeing where you're at and seeing where you need to go. And then thirdly, we'll touch on the drinking water considerations for your councils. Actually, we might just take the drinking water and just say water considerations for your council. Know your pipes, and then want to leave as much time as possible for questions, because that's where the real nub of these conversations lies. So Joey, I'll let you take the first slide.
I'll be mercifully quick. When Jaron earlier talked about your water service delivery plans meeting regulatory requirements, often the question is, what are they? So from Taumata Arawai, those should be pretty obvious to a council like yours by now. We're 3 years into regulating, but also your council has been regulated under the Ministry of Health regime, which was largely similar in terms of the drinking water standards there. But to support that, we are publishing our compliance monitoring and enforcement strategy, which is a statutory document that we reissue every 3 years or when substantial changes happen. And that really helps us be transparent to you about what we are interested in and give you the confidence to invest in addressing those issues and know how we will regulate you. So, as I said, for a council like yours, the expectations should be no surprise. They are to have those multi-barrier protections in place. And then for us, the next step is really important, which is and operating. So what we're seeing is a lot of councils are now getting those protections in place, but they're not always operating as they should be. And one of the key indicators for that is E. coli that we get through the sampling and monitoring that councils do of their supplies. That really shows where something's not working, and what we want to see is those issues identified and rectified rapidly. And that's what keeps your community safe. So that's their bottom line expectation as well. What we're seeing, our compliance monitoring and enforcement strategy will utilise the last 3 years since our establishment. We've improved our information and understanding of the sector. So that data you were talking about before, we've been on that journey for 3 years. We're not as brand new anymore. So in this year's CME, we're allowed to be a bit more able to be a bit more targeted, less universal in our expectations, and so that's why our expectations for some of the more capable suppliers like your own are to meet those bottom lines, and we can understand more the nuance of some of the challenges at the other end of the private community supplies that are out there that aren't council operated. Speaking of the private community suppliers, we're doing some work to improve our tools that make cost-effective solutions available to these communities, so that we're right now consulting on our acceptable solutions there. That's endpoint treatment that's more cost-effective than the centralised treatment that a large council like yours will have. And then over the last 3 years and into the next 3 years as well, we've really been focusing on investing in our technical capabilities, so we're available and accessible to your staff to help you understand those expectations and meet them.
The two reports that I spoke of, firstly, is our drinking water regulatory report. It measures the compliance with New Zealand standards and rules for the 2024 calendar year. This covers all the registered suppliers, so it's not just councillors, it's other water suppliers as well. And it's based on the data that comes in from those suppliers, but also from labs. So when something comes wrong, we find out through the labs. It's the fourth one of these that we've done, and as Joey said, that enables us, with some years behind us, to really get quite nuanced. And it's a report that's tabled in Parliament. The other is our Network Environmental Performance Report, and it focuses on the environmental performance. It's only for the public network, so for the councils. The data supplied is self-reported, and this is the second one we've done, but it is the first one to deal with wastewater. So let's go to that drinking water report first, and the slide up on the board comes from the 2023 report, and it shows the widespread prevalence and nature of E. coli presence in water supplies in New Zealand. And if you've got E. coli in your water, you've got something else as well. It's an indicator species, if you want to use technical words. The slide doesn't get too finicky down into the Wellington area, but there are some green spots there. The bigger the spot, the worse the situation is, or the more reports that you've had. And that picture there is essentially why we came out last year and said to suppliers that didn't have multi-barrier protection, you need to get on with it. That covered 655,000 people in New Zealand, so that's a big chunk of our population. In the time since we put that order in place, or made that request, somewhere in between those two nuances, over 223,000 people have now got those barriers in place, and the remaining councils are online to do that by the end of this year. So we're really proud of that. That means that the cryptosporidium outbreaks that you hear of, that's going to stop in council supplies, and that's affecting a lot of New Zealanders, and they're not getting unwell. So we're thrilled about that. Performance against the rules still needs to improve, though, so that our communities will have demonstrably safe drinking water. And some supplies around the country, particularly rural supplies, not so much ones like yourself, the number of E. coli exceedances remains high, and a number of consumer advisories, so your boil water notices, have been in place for a long time. And we're not talking the couple of weeks that will get your phone ringing, we're talking months, and in some cases years. So that's not ideal. The network performance report is the second of reports. This is the one that looks at the environment, and this is only our second one that we've done it. Last year's report, the real highlight of it was the widespread data quality issues. So we had councils coming in with their figures saying that their pipe network would go 3 times around the world. We questioned whether that was right or not. So rather than question this year, we've actually invested in supporting council staff and in their reporting, and we've done independent verification of around about a third of the council supplies. We've seen a lift in what we're getting from the councils. The thing that we're going to move from there, though, even we're getting better reporting, we need to now look at the quality of the reporting, so the confidence and reliability. A lot of what we're getting is desktop analysis. We think the pipes are this old, we think they're this quality. We're actually going to be saying you need to do the hydrology testing, the person walking along with the headphones, or however you want to do it, to make sure that we can actually, whilst getting the data, have confidence in it. Look, right across the country, we're not going to pick on anyone in particular, but right across the country, water loss is again likely to be a key finding in the environmental performance report. And indicates inefficient networks with poor maintenance and asset conditions, warning bells all around the place when we see that sort of thing. This year, we've also reflected on self-reporting against consent conditions. So this is the regional council saying you can take this much water. We've found that 13% of drinking water take consents are not meeting their consent conditions, and 44% of water consents will expire in the next 10 years, and actually 9% of them already have. So that's going to make for some interesting reading. Both those reports will be out at the end of June. And wastewater reconsenting bow wave and inconsistent reporting, that's going to, the wastewater standards are designed to address that we're currently just working on, having completed the consultation. Now, as a heads up, part of this network performance report is likely to include a case study on the Porirua wastewater that's been done with significant contribution and help from your staff. I understand I haven't had direct involvement, but understand they've been excellent to deal with. And locally, we have also been involved in the drafting of the statement that's likely to be in there. We're still in a draft stage, so I can't say that it will be. And the final slide, underground assets, we know all about this, but they make up 80% of the value of your council water assets, but it's easy to forget about them because they're not the big, shiny, bright things up above ground. For us, when it comes to drinking water, people talk about water loss and what a waste of water and energy and everything else, and we totally get that. But the key to it is the more water loss you've got through pipes that aren't working, the lower your water pressure tends to be, and the higher the chance of pathogens getting in through those breaks. And that's really a concern too. And when we talk about the underground assets, we've got the drinking water there, but we're talking about wastewater as well. You need to know the condition of your reticulation network. You need to be sure renewals are keeping up with depreciation. And I forgot to push the button up here. I pushed it on my computer, but not on that one. That wasn't very smart of me, was it? But anyway, hopefully that wasn't too damaging. So questions, Pārtai, councillors.
Jeff.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Tim, Josephine, for addressing you correctly.
She's only Josephine when she's in trouble.
Oh, gosh. That's the same with me with my full name.
Yeah, same.
Yes, it is. I have, I think it's 3 questions, and I, again, may have subs, Your Worship. Well, we'll see, shall we? I just want to start with saying that the submission process for the proposed wastewater treatment standards was, I think, a really good example of demonstrating the knowledge for an audience that aren't necessarily technical specialists. And I know that you've had some broader conversations with academics about what standards should be in or not in, so I'm aware of that. And the submissions having closed, where does I'm going to call it the NEPA, you guys will probably know the analogy. Where does that feed back into the conversation around the standards? Because obviously that would have a bearing in terms of potential adjustment. Is there anything you could say on that space?
So I think the Network Environmental Performance Report, firstly, is a really important report for that public transparency of performance to your communities. So when you think about your future state, whether that's CCO or in-house operations, it's as governors your way also to keep the supplier to account. So we didn't mention that in the presentation, but what the Network Environmental Performance Report helped us identify, and of course this was only the second year, but it was based on what Water New Zealand, so earlier Gillian Blythe was mentioned, they did a thing called the NPR, National Performance Review. Only a third or so of councils participated in that, but that helped us identify some trends. So we have the ability to set standards or targets or measures across wastewater or stormwater. So where do you start, I guess, is the question, and the Network Environmental Performance Report helps us firstly identify where to start, but then as the standards come in, our standards are proposed to include measures and monitoring and reporting, and so that's our transparency of how the standards are working. So it's that kind of where do you set them and when do you review them and how they're performing. Well, over time, that's where the Network Performance Report will really shine.
Okay. Thank you. One of the things that was in the proposed wastewater treatment standards discussion document was around, obviously the top line was around trying to reduce costs to asset owners, councils, in terms of the consenting process. And that one of the recommendations, if I remember, was a requirement for 35-year consents as part of this process, which is a significant change from what we have just gone through as a council here in terms of the length of our consents. But that is also based on palpable concern from many stakeholders, including the community. What do I say to residents here in Porirua that kind of measure being brought in will give them certainty that the assets are going to be able to meet that expectation over that longer period of time, knowing that they have less of an opportunity to participate in a process around the continued function of a site that has some community interest, but also some stakeholder interest with regards to mana whenua?
Yeah, there's quite a number of parts to that, Councillor Hayward, so thank you for the question. So the 35-year consent, firstly, has been consulted on, so it's not a done deal yet, but that's sort of the landing pad. The first place to look at is what we've got in the country at the moment, which is roughly 15% of our wastewater plants are running on expired consents. There's a section in the Resource Management Act, section 124, that says if you are running to the end of your consent, just put in a new one and you can go ka pai for as long as you want, which has been decades in some cases. So we're trying to go from what I would call a very bad situation to a better one. Now, to the more the nub of your question, how can you be sure that over that 35-year period everything's going to be functioning right? There's going to be a regulator or two, us and the regional council, making sure that that's happening, and the Commerce Commission on top of it to make sure that financially for your ratepayers it's happening as well. Joey, did you want to add something?
I think that's also where a key part of those proposed standards is the monitoring and the transparency of that performance. Right now, it's very hard for any one community, let alone a national comparison, to know how any one treatment plant is performing, how many bypasses, overflows it's having. And so that proposal to have those very transparent, reported to us in the regional council, publicly notified, it builds that transparency over that 35 years. You will see, are these overflows increasing? That sort of thing. So it really brings that stuff above ground that has been quite hidden for a long time.
So if I can just add, with these two reports, at the moment they are, but increasingly they will become. I think of them when I was a kid coming home from school with my report card. Mine was always good, so I was happy to show it to Mum and Dad. My brother's was terrible. Anita knows my brother. It was terrible. So he would sort of duck and dive a bit. But it's going to allow your public and you as governors, whether you're governing your own organisation or involved in a CCO, it's going to allow you to go, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
Thank you for that. Very good example of a report card. You've answered my third question, so I'm good. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have more to talk about once these other reports come out. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Mike.
Yeah, I just want to go back to your E. coli, the levels of E. coli. I think back to a few years ago when Kaitoku Waterworks forgot to put fluoride in the water there. Do you guys have sort of a remit of watching over that sort of thing as well, the dosing of the water?
When it comes to fluoride in the water as a health measure, that's Ministry of Health, nothing to do with us. When it comes to fluoride exceeding its maximum allowable value, it's MAV, then that is us. Okay. So if something, in that case, they put none in, but if there was too much comes in, then that does trigger action from us.
Thank you. It's more of a question, I know it's a question or a statement really. I'm looking forward to seeing your report on the treatment plant. I see it in the paper again today. None of us like these overflows or anything that's been happening there, but it boils down to the number of ratepayers, obviously, versus what we can afford. And we're not doing enough renewals anywhere in the region. Anywhere. We are so far behind. And for me, this entity will pick it up and hopefully be able to spend more and get more work done in the time that council would have been done to do it. Is that how you see that happening, that we're hopefully going to get more work done? I'm trying not to make an increase. I know that we're going to see the bill a bit higher, but it's more about actually the healthy standards and repairing it quicker.
From our perspective, we'll be showing what's happening, and you'll be able to see how your assets are lining up against everybody else's. It'll be that report card. Now, what the entity does about that will be for the entity, and it may even be more sliding into your lane, Jaron, but my expectation would be that's going to be a fairly high priority on their list, and it's going to be shining up.
That's good. So it puts it to the top priority. Thank you. Okay, Ross.
Reflect back. Oh, can I just ask a simple question? With all the reporting that's been going on thus far, I'm just talking about drinking water here, do we have any issues with drinking water quality in Wellington that you want to raise with us?
So you'll be familiar with the sufficiency side of our safe and sufficient drinking water work. So 2 years ago with the water shortage issues and the leak management that came around that. So what I would say around that is where water can get out of the pipes, pathogens can get in. So long as you continue to have high leak rates, you do need to continue with that monitoring of your network to make sure that those contaminants aren't getting in. So I would say our largest concern with a supply like yours is that high leak rate.
So look, I accept that, and we know what the situation is about renewals, and the Mayor has just reflected it, and it's not going to change anytime soon. But what I just was interested in, is there any evidence of there being issues with a relatively high leaking in our system? You know, what's our overall, my understanding is from the reporting I've read that our overall water quality and drinking water quality is very good.
Yeah, so when you're looking for evidence of the contamination happening in the network, what we often look at is a thing called free available chlorine. So you put chlorine or residual disinfectant of your choosing at the treatment plant, and you monitor it as it passes through the network. As contaminants are getting in, it is treating it along the way, but as that free available chlorine goes down, you're seeing that contamination is happening, but you're also seeing it's being treated. So we're not concerned because you are still managing that free available chlorine, but it is a good way for yourselves to monitor that impact of that.
Thank you. Anyone? Yep.
Can I just ask another general question, and this applies to all the organisations, because we're all worried about the end cost to consumers. Aren't we being charged for this as well? The pleasure of having to have a Te Mata Arawai, Commerce Commission...
The regulation.
The regulatory costs.
Well, I'd
remind us how much they are, how much that is again.
I would perhaps
It's
prefer
not your. It's not your fault.
I'd prefer to refer to it as an investment. I
think consumers would see it as a cost.
Cost comes in many shapes and forms. So in 2016, 5,000 people got very sick in Havelock North because there was no effective regulation of the drinking water supplies. They didn't have chlorine in the water. So when E. coli entered the supply, through a number of reasons, it got into the water supply. It made 5,000 people sick. The economic cost of that is staggering. I think we're a very good investment. But also, if you look at the mahi that we're doing, particularly at the moment, we're looking at the wastewater situation that we have in New Zealand, which is a muddle. So resource consents, 17 different ways of going about that with 17 different regional councils for a country of 5 million, I'd suggest is not at all efficient. For smaller drinking plants, and I think, wastewater plants, and Jaron referenced this, we're looking at something like a 40% saving through having standardised designs and standardised outputs, because you're not having to, it used to do, Mayor Baker mentioned, I used to be a mayor and it did my head in because we'd need a drinking water or a wastewater plant and my staff would come to me and say, we need to $1.2 million for design. And I'm like, but they've got one for 10,000 people, in our neighbouring council, but the rules are different.
Sorry, I wasn't denigrating what you were
No,
doing.
I get passionate
So
about it, though. My
you've
apologies,
responded.
Councillor
I just
Leggett.
wanted to know, how much is it going to cost?
Certainly
This
sounded
investment.
like it, Ross, but
Sorry?
we appreciate what you do.
So I can say that the decisions haven't been made, but what the consultation was that we went out was something along the lines of $14 per person per year.
Right. Per household or per person?
Per household.
Yeah.
Household, sorry. Yeah, household.
Household. Okay. Okay, that's all I was asking.
Sorry, you got me on my high horse, Councillor.
No. Well, I'd love to have a discussion outside that, but that's fine.
Good investment. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you so much, the four of you, Tim, Joey, Charlotte and Sharon, for coming in. I understand you're leaving us and our team are taking over. So thank you so much. Nice to see you again. Thank you. Olivia and Dougal? No? Yes? No? Yes. We can take a 5-minute break if you would like, a quick 5-minute bathroom break. Sorry, online. 5-minute bathroom Handing to you, Dougal, I think. Questions at the end?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and kia ora koutou, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to come along today just to follow on the session. So with me today I have Chris O'Brien, who's lawyers from Minter, Allison, Rudd and Watts, who are working with us to support the planning for the establishment of the new organisation. And Chris will talk to you about the foundation documents, and we're really after your feedback today on those foundation documents to help inform what's important to you, to your communities, consumers, so we can start to reflect those in those documents. We will aim to ensure we have good time for discussion, and so you can definitely be wrapped up by 12:30, because I know Anita likes to be on time.
I'm happy for this to take as long as it needs.
Thank you, Your Worship. So today what we're intending to cover is, firstly, what are the decisions that are required of councils to work towards a water services plan, so you will be more familiar with these timeframes and steps. Also, we will talk a little bit about what are the key decisions and timeframes to work towards the day zero, which is what we're calling the first day of effectively existence of the new organisation. And that's an important date in order that we can get to our operational day, our day one, which is 1 July 2026. A little bit through about the timeline information that will support you to make these key decisions as we move forward. And then really the discussion session is around the foundation documents and getting your feedback to help inform the drafting and the terms of those foundation documents so we can get those underway. So firstly, on the roadmap to completing a joint water services plan, so you'll be pretty familiar with this timeline, and your officers have booked in a number of further workshops and decision points over the next coming months for Porirua City. What we're working towards is the statutory deadline, as Jaron mentioned, of 3rd of September, where we must have a water services plan completed and submitted to DIA. So that's the big goal that we must achieve. So working backwards from that, our team is working on drafting the water services plan. We're aiming to have a first cut so we can get council officer feedback on that during June. We can refine that. They'll be bringing updates to you at your 5th of June meeting, and that will support and underpin the decision that you'll make on the 26th of June on your delivery model option. So are you going to be part of the joint regional model or basically stay with status quo? We will refine and update the water services plan based on those council decisions, and that has a built-in assurance process, so legal review from a range of experts, including asset management, financial management, testing all of our assumptions and validating our model, acknowledging it is a model, but our model of the financial assumptions underpinning this organisation. And in line with really clear elected member direction across the region, we are trying to develop a really robust and honest water services plan, which will set out the challenges, the financial arrangements and the potential costs for delivering that. They will be challenging, so I'm not shying away from that, but we're trying to ensure that you as governors have good, clear information on which to make decisions. And as you'll be aware, a key requirement of this process as well is those plans have to be certified as being true and accurate by each of the chief executives in the region as well. So that's the timeline for working towards a water services plan. We're progressively developing information which will support your decisions as well. So I think you've had a summary of the consultation feedback or are considering that at the moment. And we'll also have a summary from other councils as well. Part of the Preliminary Arrangement Acts enables you to consider the views of other councils across the region. We'll have for your decisions in August, the draft water services plan, which has that built-in assurance process, and we'll have the CE certification. So when you make decisions on that water services plan, it'll have Wendy's stamp of approval on it as well as being true and accurate. We're doing further work on the roadmap to get to day zero and to get to day one. What's required to be put in place to achieve those key targets, so that you've got some assurance that those dates can be met. And as we heard from DIA today, we're expecting that Bill 3 will be passed into legislation late July or early August. So hopefully they manage to stick to that time frame. Moving on to what we're talking about for day zero. So day zero was really the first day that the entity effectively operates. This is not about the organisation being able to deliver services to customers, so we're not talking about a branded organisation. We're using a term up there, Metro Water, just holding name. It just saves us writing out Water Services Council-controlled organisation every time. So the key elements here is really that the organisation is incorporated, so it legally exists, and we have an establishment board in place. Those are the fundamental elements that we're trying to achieve. Our ideal arrangements on day zero is that we have an interim shareholders and stakeholder committee in place. So that's a group of representatives from the shareholding council and mana whenua representatives. And that's really important so that we can appoint the establishment board and we can come to agreement on the key foundation documents. And so that way we can have the establishment board in place, we can have those key establishment documents in place, and we've got key terms for how we move forward towards day one. So that's what we're aiming for on day zero. The roadmap to achieving day zero, you'll be aware we're starting to move towards how we would recruit an establishment board. So no decisions have been made, but we're in the market to find an executive search firm to support us to recruit an establishment board should councils make decisions to go down this line, so that we have the board in place, we can have an interim CEO in place. We're working towards getting those foundation documents, input from councillors and drafted so that you can make decisions on those in August, so that we can hit that day zero date. And again, your officers have booked in a number of workshops and decision points with you over the coming months on the establishment of the organisation, which also align to the adoption of the Water Services Plan. Just before I hand over to Chris to talk about the foundation documents, and to say this is primarily about us kind of giving a bit more depth about what these foundations documents are, what they do, but really we want your feedback on what you think is being important. We can share a bit what came out of Hutt City yesterday as well. But just wanted to pause there if there are any questions on the process points first.
Jeff.
Thanks, Chris, for going through that part of the process. So I just want to be clear here with regards to our timeframe. 5th of June, we as a council make that decision to commit or not commit towards going down this pathway, or is that later in the process? Can I just be clear about the timeframes with regards to that?
Yes, my understanding is it's the 26th of June. You're receiving a further briefing on the delivery model and the content of the Water Services Plan on the 5th of June, and then you'll receive papers to make a decision on delivery model on the 26th of June.
Okay, that helps me clarify things. Thank you.
Ross.
Just a question. So would the Water Services Development Plan, delivery plan, change depending on which option is chosen? It just seems to me we're heading down a pathway which almost commits us to one thing, basically, because you're not going to have, if, for example, I'm not being open here, it looks like we're going for the metro thing, let's say the metro thing, and then the decision was made, no, we're not going to go for metro, we're going to go for something different, the other option that we had. Will that change the plan?
Yes, it would. So we've been working to develop a water services plan based on the 5 councils' preferred option. All 5 councils got a preferred option of a joint water services delivery organisation, so that's the basis. A lot of the base information, though, is transferable. So should councils make decisions to go down a different pathway, then a lot of the underlying information and data could be used to develop an alternative water services plan. But this is one of the reasons why we needed those decisions from councils in June on your delivery model option, because there is work to finalise the plan. The plan actually requires that it records council decisions on the adoption of the plan, and it requires a record of the certification process of chief executives as well.
So at the moment, Dougal, you had Hutt yesterday, the mayors, the councils in the region are still supporting, and the iwi, both the iwi and the region are supporting, aren't they?
Yes, that's correct. So all 5 councils have this as their preferred option. The consultation results from all 5 councils has come back strongly in favour of the preferred option. Councils are obviously able to make different decisions, but currently the preferred option before all 5 councils remains the joint model.
And the same for the iwi they are supporting?
That's correct,
Both
yes.
iwi, okay. Kathleen?
I've got a few questions. Look, I haven't seen any breakdown of what it's going to cost to set up. No business case, no financial modelling, no real cost plan. Bless you. And just before, in one of the other presentations, they were talking about financial sustainability. One of the, key factors that need to be in our service delivery plan. So, if this, whereas any other council set up, CCO would have all this information up front, so we could get a proper financial picture. So when will we get to see that?
I might pass that to Olivia in part as well, but as part of the planning for the organisation and the financial modelling for the water services plan, we've got a number of inputs and assumptions, including costs of operating the organisation, including set-up and establishment costs. Your councils across the region are jointly budgeting contingency funding, which would be debt funded and passed across the new organisation. Across the 5 councils, you're budgeting $15 million for next financial year for establishment costs. There will be establishment costs associated with putting in place IT systems, recruiting, the program costs, etc. So there's a range of establishment costs involved in setting up a large organisation like this, and they will be detailed as part of the water services plan and as part of the financial modelling.
Sorry, when will we get to see those?
The other thing I'd add is that part of annual plan process, there's a $2 million placeholder in, so you have actually already seen it.
I know that one.
Yeah, so that's Porirua City's contribution on the proposal at the moment. As Dougal said, inside the water services delivery plan will be the breakdown of establishment costs.
So we won't see the whole thing until it's within the plan that goes towards government, the service delivery plan?
Yeah, I guess so. In terms of seeing it as a full picture, yeah. But bearing in mind that there's some decisions that need to be made around what we're setting up and how we set it up that kind of need to be made before we can nail down those costs. So at the moment, everything's kind of preliminary while we continue to work through decisions.
So
it's a little bit chicken and egg, if you know what I mean.
It does, and horse and cart. And, yeah. In terms of the CE and the board member that you're planning on getting procured, who would be, I'm assuming for that year they'll be getting a salary, so where would that budget be coming from?
So yes, I mean, councils are incurring costs of developing a plan at the moment and jointly funding that. From next financial year, as you know, councils have put in place contingency funding for the setup of a new organisation, which does include things like the cost of the establishment board and an interim CE. So that's budgeted as part of that process. The intent is that councils are holding that funding effectively and then passing those costs across to the new entity once it's got its financing arrangements in place.
So the 15 million that you mentioned before, that's across the region, and 2 million in this annual plan is contributing towards it. Is that right? Okay. I had another question. Have the water price projections been updated? Because the October 24 report that you brought out said that the sustainable price for water would settle at around 2,500, and the current average is 1,700. So it talked about it being a 51% increase, and it also said in some areas that it could spike as high as 3,000 or 4,000 during big investment years. Now Jaron said before that the prices would settle, would be lower or along those lines. So have we had another modelling come out?
So we've been doing substantial work on the costs and the modelling since that time, and we've used we've built on that work and developed an updated model which builds off council LTPs. It also has a number of other inputs and assumptions such as the costs of setup, the financing arrangements, the costs of debt, the costs between councils and the water organisations, etc. So it's quite a complex model. So we're constantly updating that, and we're still validating that model. The initial outputs of that model were in your consultation materials, which went out in March. So that gave a high-level indication of costs at that time. We're still working to validate that model, and we'll have to officers an update of that by the end of the month, which will give a better indication of costs. I think going to Jaron's point, costs are going to need to increase. There is no escaping that. We've got a significant backlog of pipe renewals, of wastewater treatment plant, of allowing for growth across the region. What we're trying to do is put in place some principles around cost to serve, so that's reflective of actual cost to communities. And also the key point, as Jaron made, while costs will increase under this model, it'll be less than what it would be under the current status quo model that we're confident of. And when we did the consultation modelling, it was about a third less, essentially.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the setup costs, the IT, setting up an IT system. Now, Wellington Water are going to be setting up a off-the-shelf sort of system. Are we carrying on with that one, or are we looking to a bespoke IT system for the new group?
So we're working very closely with Wellington Water's IT team to ensure that what they are looking at procuring and putting in place will be fit for purpose for the new organisation. The lead times, as you'll know from putting in a new IT system, mean that it'll be for the benefit of the new organisation, not really for Wellington Water. So yeah, we're working very closely with them. The funding and what they're able to do over the next 12 months will be a good start, and we'll make sure it's focused on the best things like asset management and financial systems, and we'll need to build on it. A lot of the setup costs are IT related. Yeah. So we're trying to get a better handle on exactly what those will be as well over the next few months. So I'll hand over to Chris to talk about the foundation documents.
Good afternoon, kia ora koutou, Your Worship, councillors, and of course the Porirua City Council team. I'm talking about the foundation documents as it says up there. I think the things I'd really like to convey through this exercise are what and why we've selected or identified these documents as being the key documents for day zero. Sort of try and fit them in an overall context of all the other foundation documents that will need to be put in place by day one, and most importantly, identify where issues of importance that have arisen through our own thinking, working with the Scott consulting team, and hearing other council and councillors' observations to date, and to get your feedback on anything else you would like to be a focus or addressed in the documents. The four documents that we are sort of working on to varying degrees at the moment and for day zero as listed. The reasons why we think those are key documents to focus on right here and now, if there was a common thread, these are documents where I think each individual council needs to be clear in its own mind about the position it wants to see reflected in each of them. Equally, I think each council needs to have a really clear understanding about what each other council thinks about these matters. And then finally, these are also because they're stakeholder and accountability documents fundamentally, we think it's critical for incoming directors to know what the stakeholder governance expectations are of the entity that they're going to be running, and have confidence that there is a common view as between the 7 stakeholders, even if I'm sure there are 1 or 2 individuals within each of those organisations who may or may not have a different view. That's the context. I don't want to linger on it because time is a marching, but some of the other sort of foundation documents can kind of be clustered in sort of different categories. And one of the ways I think of a number of them is that they will involve the Metro Water needs to be established, because they will be agreements between Metro Water and individual councils, e.g. transfer, asset transfer, debt migration, interim and maybe even enduring service agreements and the like. It's not, we probably need to do some thinking about that stuff in the coming months, but to resolve them is actually fundamentally not practicable. And so we're sort of not seeing them as the immediate priority. That'll need to be sorted out by day 1. Another set of foundation documents are documents that are more customer focused, like the customer agreement, or other things like the Water Services Plan and the Water Services Strategy and such like, that can only be generated, A, once Metro Water exists, and B, once the Water Services Delivery Plan has been sorted and settled. So once again, there's just no point in trying to get too far down the path with those. That is why we're not talking about them today, because we don't think there's that much to talk about. So we have been putting thought into the 4 documents listed before. I think in terms of trying to frame up a proposal for everybody to reflect upon and come back with input on, there are a few principles or approaches that we think are sensible to bring to bear. In a possible order of priority, but I haven't tried to do it that way. I think what we're trying to do here is put in place a governance and accountability structure that puts Metro Water on the best practicable footing to actually do the work that everyone wants it to do. Put another way, we're not trying to find unnecessary hurdles that mean it's actually in the same as or in a worse effective position as the status quo. Otherwise, what's the point? A second, I think, principle that we believe is essentially agreed is that the entity, Metro Water, is intended to be a competency-focused, independent, skills-based run organisation. So that presupposes certain things regarding governance and decision-making amongst the stakeholders. It effectively probably places some limits rather than trying to create an environment for macro interference, trying to actually separate that out. A third principle, I guess, is that we're trying to find a structure or propose a structure that maximises the common interest of all stakeholders rather than finds, various problems for bickering or worse. I'm not going to promise that is going to be a perfect solution, but that is, given an option, we're trying to move to a more consensus-based collegial structure. And I would suggest that the major thing there is that rather than trying to create a structure for shareholders and then another structure for stakeholders, including mana whenua, unless there's a compelling reason to make it a subset, we're thinking about trying to keep things, on a common footing. It just seems more practical. That's probably easier said than done in some cases, but that will hopefully emerge. That is the principle we're trying to adopt. And then probably sort of consistent with that, if the options exist and options can be proposed, I suspect that we are adopting a thought process and an approach that the simpler option is usually preferable to the more complex option. That may not actually be a universally reliable guide, but that is nevertheless how we're trying to think about things. So I'm just going to step very, very quickly through what we think, the Constitution and the shareholder/stakeholders agreement will do. I think I'd like to skip through the Constitution reasonably quickly. They're pretty vanilla documents. You don't actually have to have one, but almost all companies do, and the content will be shaped by, first and foremost, the Companies Act, the Local Government Act, because it's still a CCO, and the water services legislation that is still in some cases a bill. So there will then be the need to try and adopt provisions in it that reflect those sort of core structures. It's basically the document that sets the rules of engagement for the company itself and the directors. There's a little bit in there regarding the rules of engagement for shareholders, mostly what requires shareholder approval. But the rules of engagement for shareholders are largely contained in the stakeholders agreement. I'll just finish off quickly. So there is scope, and I think is appropriate scope for councils to have input into the content of the Constitution as it emerges. Tends to be pretty vanilla, as I've already said. But this is a document that it's you as the directors as the shareholders who are adopting this document. It would be unusual for the directors. The directors will want to know what's in it, or the incoming directors, but there's probably not that much scope for them to get terribly excited about it. The stakeholders agreement, by contrast, I think is where a lot of the important issues should be addressed. I've already mentioned. I think if it does anything, it sets the rules of engagement between the stakeholders. It identifies issues that require or ought to require input. It hopefully identifies processes for resolving or addressing key issues as they arise, and they will arise over the lifetime of the of Metro Water. I've already said that my starting principle is that all stakeholders should be party to it. There will inevitably be some things which will be a shareholder vote because that's the nature of a company, but there's probably no reason why Mana Whenua shouldn't at least be in the room and expressing a view. It just, frankly, is simpler to do so. That introduces the potential for sort of some things that would be a shareholder vote and some things which would be a stakeholder vote. I think that is easily manageable as we get into the detail. I think the critical issues that we are suggesting would be addressed in the document I've already talked about the composition, i.e. Including Mana Whenua in the document. There would be a clear recognition of management and versus shareholder-stakeholder control parameters. The plain reality is that, as with any company, not that many matters get kicked up to the shareholders to resolve, and with one or two exceptions perhaps, that is a starting principle that I think that we don't really want to depart from to any great degree without there being a compelling reason to do so. Going back to those core principles, is it going to make, to coin somebody else's phrase, will it make the boat go faster, or will it actually leave it locked up at the dock? There will nevertheless be some matters which we describe as reserved matters, which may not fit the usual Companies Act threshold for shareholder votes. Some of those might be, for example, a change in the nature of the business, the adoption of the statement of expectations, the basis on which directors are appointed, particularly having regard to independence and knowledge-based selections and competencies. We think that really rather suggests a good quality, well thought through director qualification criteria and selection matrix. So applying that and more adopting it, applying it, and considering changes along the way to it could well be the type of thing you'd have as a reserved matter. equally actually removing shareholders, directors, if one or two of them go rogue. Other stuff that we think you'd want to contemplate in a stakeholders agreement is if other stakeholders wish to join, a process by which they might, how that could be approached, including principles about the process and about, frankly, the price at which, the subscription price, if you like, for coming on board. Equally, we know of one council that has indicated, has said quite, that it would look to actually exit the Metro Water after a few years. I think knowing that now, we should be thinking about the process and as much of the substance as we can, and folding that in.
Sorry, just for clarification, we mentioned Greater Wellington. Greater Wellington have been quite open that they do intend to be a full shareholder, and after a period of time, they're minded to review their position so that they can focus on being a regulator rather than regulating themselves.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm probably going to be clear. I'm just not entirely sure of the sensitivities around all that, but they did say it at that other meeting. So look, I am sort of rushing slightly, so do come back to me if there's anything you'd like to pick up. The next one is a statement of expectations, and you've already heard references to that from other speakers today. The statement of expectations is going to be quite interesting because that will be a regularly renewed document. There is only going to be one of them as well. So, you know, it's a statement. It's a combined statement of expectations by everybody who's a stakeholder. It's to the Metro Water. Unlike your statement of intent that you have at the moment with any CCO, this will actually replace that particular process. And another difference with the statement of expectations is it actually comes from the stakeholders themselves. The first draft is not prepared by Metro Water. It's actually your document, your statement, your combined statement of your combined expectations. And Metro Water is legally required as a matter of statute to comply with it. So that enhances, I think, the level of importance and that it has within the overall remit of things. Because of that, and because this is going to be a document, a more hands-on document, if you like, that is, I mean, we can understand fully that the directors really want to understand that as part of why they're coming on board and what they're expected to do. It's a document that actually interfaces with the water services strategy, and that won't exist on day zero. So it can only be a draft document at that particular point in time, and frankly, probably won't be in a position to be adopted for some weeks, maybe months after 1 October. But we nevertheless think significant progress needs to be made. There's a list of things that the statement of expectations has to include, and I think some of those are quite useful for some of the concerns you may have as individuals or as a group. For example, and I'm reading pretty much from the legislation at the moment, it has to include how the shareholders expect Metro Water to meet its statutory objectives and perform its duties, functions, and exercise its powers. I mean, that can be as fluffy as you like, or it actually could be a wee bit more detailed, but that's in your collective hands as to that. Your strategic priorities, the outcomes you expect Metro Water to achieve, your requirements relating to your council as a council's resource management planning and land use planning. There's a requirement. Oh, I've already spoken to that, so repetition is not helpful. And then there's a bunch of things that are stipulated in legislation that it's permitted to include. And these can include things like how the stakeholders require Metro Water to conduct its relationships with you. shareholder committees, hapu iwi and other Māori organisations, and perhaps as relevantly as anything, consumers in the overall service area. Performance indicators and measures, and a requirement to undertake community or consumer engagement and what that engagement is meant to look like. So the timing, I've already spoken to that. It is something that it's driven by when the water services strategy is to take effect. At the moment, the last possible date under the bill is 30 June 2027, but given that there is some flex in there at the moment as to when it can actually be put in place, we still think the key principles are and should be identified, and we think that there's a real interest in ensuring that the 5 councils and 2 iwi have a common understanding of the major parts of what that would look like. And then the consumer charter. This is a wee bit different to some of the other documents, because the other documents are driven actually by the stakeholders, and they are to or about Metro Water. This one's a wee bit different because it's actually coming from Metro Water and being provided to consumers. So it's a commitment, for that purpose. The reason why we've put it in here as a day zero thing is because we've heard that every council thinks this is a really critically important document, and so that being the case, although you're not, quotes, drafting it or adopting it, I think having a common view as to what that is, as between the 5 of you, plus Evie, I think is really important to get that squared away now. The content is still something we're not 100% sure of. Consumer charters exist in a bunch of different contexts. They're usually 1 or 2 page documents, and they're usually around some kind of, service delivery kind of consumer experience focus, and probably relatively light on ironclad detail. And I suspect that would, going into a really detailed set of charter promises, might be a little excessive here as well, particularly as I think things are going to be moving around a wee bit in the early part of Metro Water's existence. However, that is sort of detail and approach to be landed and developed. You've all got interest in it. You all want it to, present, I think, a reflection of what you want your constituents, your community, to expect. So, important matters. Here's a list, and I'll rather than read it out, I imagine you've all taken a look at it. This is a distilled iteration of, I think most of these are pretty common to everybody, but 1 or 2 are probably personal to a particular council, including probably the second one. But this is a list we've developed as at the end of last week, with our thoughts on where some of these things could be addressed. As you can see, I don't think that many of them would fall naturally into a consumer charter, but that's partly for you collectively to determine. When we caught up yesterday with Hutt City, another couple of things that emerged from their deliberations were addressing, or at least thinking, in the overall scheme of things, where development contributions and how they're going to be dealt with, what would happen within the context of the stakeholders agreement if you get a council reorganisation, i.e. a merger. So, which I thought was an interesting point, and not, it was a good point. It was something we hadn't really thought about. There wasn't one person wanted us to think about whether the stakeholder committee, and sorry, I didn't really touch on that in the context of the stakeholders agreement, whether the stakeholder committee would comprise mayors. I'll explain that because it doesn't make much sense without actually explaining what the stakeholders committee is. Going back to the stakeholders agreement, we think that we think that I like to think it's more procedural, but it's how each stakeholder expresses its vote and its view, and probably at the same time operates as a conduit, or an individual who operates as a conduit to communicate back to the relevant stakeholder and any elected members, is to form a stakeholders committee comprising maybe one, maybe two representatives of each stakeholder with a clear mandate to be able to cast votes if a vote needs to be cast on a particular issue, binding that stakeholder. So composition, role and mandate, so as that those sorts of issues can be dealt with expediency and clarity and certainty. So that was the context there. We also suspect it might be useful to have alternates, and because individuals can't always be there, so who attend and at least get the flow of what's being discussed from one meeting to the next. But that's probably items of detail to be dug into. And the other question that came out was consider the role within the ambit of the stakeholders agreement of chief executives. And so we're considering what that role would be.
Okay, I've got people waiting for questions. So we'll start with Mike, then Jeff.
Sorry, it's a pretty basic question, but whereabouts is the protection against privatisation enshrined? Is that in legislation, or is that?
Well, it's partly in. It's in effect in the legislation, but we actually public ownership was the point there. We think it should be enshrined, it's capable of being enshrined in several different places, but the Constitution is probably as good a one as any.
Just add, we did submit on the protections and legislation against privatisation because we thought they were a bit weak. So that was part of our joint council submission. So again, that's a point that can be embedded into the constitutional shareholding agreement.
Yeah, and we don't want we don't want a sledgehammer to crack a nut, because I suspect we are going to get rid of some of the Hiluxes over time as well. So it's
Jeff.
I'm enjoying this briefing. Thank you very much. I have one question, then I'll answer the question that you guys have asked us for.
Sure.
The question is with regards to the stakeholder agreement and its regular updating. I didn't actually see anything up there around the timeframes of what subsequent reviews would look like. Is it triennial? Is it something longer than that?
I usually have one of my colleagues here who's really looking at that. The statement of expectations, I think it's annual.
So the statement of expectations, only one can exist at any one time, but it has to be reviewed every 3 years. But I think you said, was it statement of expectations or shareholding agreement?
No, not the shareholding agreement. It's the statement of expectations.
Yeah, sorry, I interpreted you as meaning the statement of expectations.
Yeah.
And the intent is that is updated on the similar cycle to the LTP. That's not to say that the stakeholders can't choose to update it at a different point, but the intent is that it's a 3-yearly cycle similar to an LTP.
I actually have a sub.
That's okay. We're here for questions.
So I guess hearing the briefing, one of the inherent challenges that each of the council decision-making processes are going to have to wrestle with is that document, that stakeholder document, is not drafted merely for one council or all the 5 councils, but there's a much wider network. And the risk is that the things that are mentioned in one place get watered down or diluted by the broader narrative that's in there. What guidance do you give us as an individual council as part of that degree of social license that we are trying to provide to this entity when we talk about that kind of negotiation?
Yeah, that's a tough one in a sense. Look, I imagine that each council will have different levels of, a common view around the table between each of you. I'm already aware of one council that probably has some quite divergent views amongst some of the councils. So, look, but how that gets captured into a single voice for that council is a matter of internal organisation. I just think, but communication is key for these sort of things. People can't reach a common view if they don't know what other people's views are. I think that applies with each individual council, but it also applies, from day zero when you've got your stakeholder committee operating. Because I just don't see it being functional to have many loads of people in the room making these decisions. This is what I'm coming back to. This needs to actually make the boat go faster, the digger dig deeper.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move on to the question you've asked us, which is to kind of add in anything else from this.
Yep.
And first of all, would say that nothing on this slide is something that I disagree with. I would agree with that. I would also agree with the pieces of feedback that had come from Hudson that you've disclosed as well. I've got a bit of notes here, so I'm going to go through them because I think it needs to be all down. First of all, let's be mindful that outside of this room, there still exists a low trust environment with regards to water service delivery in general. That is what we are working against as publicly elected representatives and trying to reflect that and solving that problem and making a faster boat or more digger. So there is, I think, a need to give certainty outside of this room. That's one of the principles I think is important around, whatever we do, whether it's a stakeholder statement of expectations or a charter. There is a public good at the forefront, so that covers the issues around public ownership. It isn't for private gain. Whatever returns that they benefit, their surpluses they receive, is to go back to the organisation. 3, transparency. The entities, other agencies are going to require it. We should just make it clear that that's our expectation too. We should state that as such. And it should be, and when it comes to things like a charter for consumers, it should be in plain language. Someone should be able to understand it. But we should also be able to refer people back to statements of expectations and any other documents that are necessary to get the more granular detail. 4, the level of service delivery, I think, has to be covered in here because people will have expectations around when their work's going to be done. 5, value for money. Definitely, there's not enough said about that here, so we don't need to say any more. 6, we need an organisation that leads on hiring, training local, and paying them fairly. We already have, as councillors, received submissions with regards to the annual plan and the deliberations on the water service delivery plan. In there as a submission from the living wage movement, they've made a point about making sure that the new organisation maintains the commitment that this council has made in the past. 7, no denial of service based on financial need. No one should have to be denied water because they can't pay the bills.
There's assurance of water supply.
Okay, so some of these are going to be some of these are going to be covered on here anyway, but I'm just going to go through them because I think it needs to be stated.
Keep going, Jeff.
Yep. There needs to be an expectation that as assets improve, water quality goes up. And that's not just in terms of the water that's in the pipes, it's also an expectation of where the water's been taken from and where the water is ending back into. And that would probably come strongly through the engagement that you'll have with mana whenua. 9, fair pricing. And again, that kind of comes interrelated with the transparency argument. And 10, a continued reminder that this organisation has to have social licence. The issue here is trust. So we have to have a document that reflects that as well. Documents, rather, that reflects that. I will say one last thing, which is not for the deliberations, but it's more for a process issue. I accept that there is some need to hold off on having a cast-in-stone charter ready by the time we have a deliberation on it. I get that because it has to come from the actual entity itself. But as you have alluded to in the presentation, the principles that we put forward can be incorporated in our decision-making process. So I'm asking, because this is a workshop, when we get to the decision-making process, I would like to see these types of principles in whatever we actually vote on, what we actually agree to. So it's put in paper. Now, I know that we're not necessarily going to have all of it in the final charter or it might be incorporated into the statement of expectations, but we've got to put it somewhere before I feel comfortable making a decision that has a massive transfer of assets. And with that, kia ora.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kathleen.
I've got a few things that I've put down too. Some of it might cross over into Jeff's, but I'll read it out too. There's not that many. I think it's good that we've got a skill-based and competent. Now, board, you're talking about the board members there,
Yes,
weren't you?
yes.
Yeah. So I also think it's very important. I don't know whether this is in the stakeholder agreement or the statement of expectation, but there needs to be transparency and accountability. So if there are performance issues, how are they raised? How are they reviewed? How are they handled? If the public aren't happy, who do they go to? In terms of the board, and I don't know whether this is in the stakeholders agreement or whether it's in the constitution, but clear rules as well for board appointments and removals, to spell out how board members are appointed, who's doing the appointing, what the performance is measured against, and how they're removed if they're not delivering. Procurement must be transparent and fair. Major contracts should require competitive quoting. Procurement decisions, I don't know how that will be transparent, whether it's published or I'm not too sure. I'm just putting some ideas. I think that the regulation isn't enough, what we've heard this morning. Like, I don't know, I was just thinking about the Commerce Commission and how they regulate groceries, and yet butter is $10, so
Yep.
I think we really need to, within our statement of expectations, have ways to regulate. I think Jeff has covered all the other ones around complaint handling, pricing fairness, transparency.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mike, you got one final one.
Yeah, can I just ask, the thing about the regional council, that was a surprise to me. And since they hold all the water, what's the prospect of if they pull out, what then? I mean, I'd like to learn a bit more about that.
So just to clarify, GW are fully in with all their assets. The only reservation on that is they've said that they intend to retain the land, which is the catchment land, so that they can use it for biodiversity purposes, but still very much for catchment land, so that'll require an agreement. But they are fully in. They've just signalled that in a period in the future, they may choose to leave. So there is no stated intent that they will leave. They simply have signalled that at some future point they may
The
leave
water
the
stays, it's
organisation.
just they become they want to do the regulations though.
But the assets would stay.
Yeah. Is that what you were going to say, Wendy? Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Sorry, Indougal and Olivia. We are wrapping up. We are back online at 1:15. So you've got 25 minutes, guys. We're offline. Back. We're going to get started on our council liability and risk, and I'm going to guys, quiet, please. We're live, and I'm going to hand over to Mike. Remind you, this is being recorded, and we are live.
Thanks, Anita. But before we get into the planning part of this, we have invited Mike Wakefield along from Simpson Grierson today. The purpose of that is Mike's going to bring to life some of the planning stuff. He's been working through some of the legal and property complexities around what's happening now with geohazards. So we just thought that'd be really useful entree before we start to talk about the district plan, to have that flavour from Mike, who is closely associated with many of the issues we have around the district. And just before I do that, just so bear in mind, the one that everybody's thinking about at the moment is Spinnaker Drive. It's not the only one we have in the place at the moment, but just to give you an idea, that piece of dirt on Spinnaker, it's still moving. We are very worried about its stability. We do have some engineering reports. We think that we think that we are able to open the road if we do two things. One is to secure the toe around the bottom, and secondly is to accept a level of risk on the instability of the land that's on private property. We don't think there's a threat to life, but there is an element of risk that we would have to accept if we were to do that. We'll come back to you with some advice around that. The price for that is going to be between $1 and $2 million. The reason for the wide range is because the uncertainty. As soon as we stick a digger in there, we don't actually know what's going to happen. These things kind of hit us out of left field. We don't get any insurance money from that. At the same time, councillors, do you remember that fire in the culvert on Waitangi-Rua Link Road? Between $3 and $5 million to fix that. These things keep us on our toes. That wasn't a geohazards one, by the way. That was arson. But it's useful to kind of bear that in mind as Mike's talking and as Kieran's talking.
No insurance. When we have vandals that do things in our city, that's not covered.
For Waitangi-Rua Link Road, unacceptable risk of catastrophic dam. Basically, you're building a dam there. Yeah. So anyway, on that happy note, I'll hand over to Mike to talk through a couple of slides he's got to give you a flavour of what Kieran's going to talk about with respect to the district plan and geohazards. Thank you, Mike. Welcome.
That wasn't quite the friendly, soft intro that we talked about outside the room, but now that you're all primed for this discussion, we'll dive on into it. I've been asked to come and speak very quickly here, well, as quickly as I can on these quite complicated issues, and I thought the best way to do it is to talk about liability risk or natural hazard type issues in three different contexts. So we've got the first slide here which talks about council liability or the potential for liability, and so this is an opportunity to talk about situations that might indirectly or directly involve the council, what risk the council is subject to, and what the council should look to do to take a measured response to dealing with some of these risks. The second one is going to be more focused on the council's role in relation to hazards, and that's probably the more direct line into what Rory and Helen will speak about next, because it is important to understand that the council has also statutory and regulatory responsibilities that engage with hazards, and that's the context in which a district plan might need to be progressed at some point, as well as the fact that the council has consent authority functions in an RMA context, as well as a building consent authority context, and you have your Lagoima responsibilities as well. And so Lagoima requests and limbs is the final point that I'll cover off on slide 3. I've limited myself to 3 slides, you'll be happy to know, so I'm not going to be here for too long, but if there are any questions along the way, just feel free to put your hand up and we'll do our best to answer. So on this first slide here, I've tried to capture a few of the key points that you are probably aware of already, but if not, I'll just step through those as easily and quickly as I can. The first point there is no specific obligation on the council to protect private property, and that's under the Local Government Act, RMA, or the Building Act. It's different for council assets and council's infrastructure, where, for example, you have obligations under the Local Government Act to continue to maintain your water supply. What that means is that if there is damage or hazard risk affecting your infrastructure, then the council is under an obligation to go and do something about it, because that obligation exists and is an enduring one. Before I dive into the more detailed points, I just want to make a couple of high-level comments. We work with councils all across the country. This is a growing area of risk, And in particular, there is a growing trend of suggestion or contention that the council is under some obligation to help protect private property or fix private property when it is damaged. That's why I've put that first bullet point up on the screen there. There is no specific obligation that operates in that way, but we are seeing councils increasingly called on to step in. And the term moral obligation is bandied about a lot. But the suggestion is there. It's an ever-present risk, and it's something that the council needs to be quite clear on to try and create that distinction between its regulatory responsibilities, its obligations as an asset and infrastructure owner, and what it might be called on or asked to do that benefits private landowners directly. So that's the context in which we're presenting this presentation. If the council is in a situation, and these can be quite limited. If the council is in a situation where it does something that either directly or indirectly causes damage to land, that is where there is some potential for liability risk. And while a case-by-case assessment is going to be required in all cases, the context there is whether the council's actions were undertaken or delivered in a way that was negligent or leads to some nuisance. Now, nuisance is the legal context where it frustrates someone's ability to use land or causes damage to it. In those instances, there is the potential for liability, but you need to go through an exercise of understanding what happened, what the consequence of that action was, and then whether it led to any loss. So it's not possible at a high level to just say, you're going to be in the firing line. There is a lot of work that needs to happen to get to that point first. So that's where geotech advice becomes really important for land slips or other related advice, depending on the context you're dealing with. In the situation where the council didn't actively do something, which might have led to a slip or led to some other form of hazard-related damage, there is this concept called a measured duty of care, which I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with, but it's where there is a hazard and the council could be liable if it allows that natural hazard risk to continue, any nuisance. I don't think it's an easy concept to explain, and I'm not going to try and step you through the legal intricacies of it, but I will draw attention to one recent example of where this measured duty of care was addressed, and it relates to Redcliffs down in Christchurch. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with the road out to Sumner, but if you are driving from Christchurch CBD out to Sumner, you'll drive along some pretty impressive looking cliffs for a large part of that journey. There was a decision that ended up before the Supreme Court, which was determined in 2023, where Mr. Young took action against the Crown for this failure to do anything to stabilise the cliffs that sat above his property. And in that context, the Crown owned some of the land, but not all of it. And there was no question that there was instability that could have led to rockfall, landslide risk that would have damaged or even caused a complete loss of his property. So his allegation there was that the council and the Crown were under a duty to do something to address that hazard. And in that instance, he was pushing for either a full acquisition of his property or remediation of the risk. The remediation costs for his property alone were 1.6 odd million, when the value of his property was about 900,000. So you can see that on the balance of proportion there, you're a bit off-piste. So that ended up going all the way to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court reached a view that there is a duty, but it's a measured duty to do something. And that's where this measured duty of care language comes from. And in that case, they said, look, the remediation costs were so disproportionate to the value of the property that it would be completely unfair to expect the Crown or a council, which relies on public purse, to pay that amount to protect this particular private property. And so in that case, they said, no, in actual fact, they looked at the balance of risk versus what was required to remediate. And they said, no, they didn't have to take any immediate steps to do anything. Instead, they needed to take a proportionate approach, which in this case was more about making the landowners aware of the risk and looking at a longer-term strategy to try and address it. While this proceeding was going through, this particular property was in fact acquired by the Crown, and that whole strip was generally protected from any further residential activity. But that's the context around the measured duty.
Sorry, Jeff's got a question?
Before you go to the next slide, and this might actually be covered on the other slide, so I apologise in advance. The word negligence, when it comes to the point about liability, the issue I see is identifying potential risk or harm and choosing to not take action. Is that where we talk about the potential risk of negligence as insofar as it pertains to what potential liability a council has?
No, so negligence in this context will be engaged when the council does something that was negligent in the way it was carried out. So the first thing with liability when negligence is involved is to establish that the council was under a duty to do something. And when it exercised that duty or fulfilled that duty by taking a certain action, it did so in a way that was negligent, which caused damage and then loss. So where there's a potential hazard risk, that's where you get this question around what duty is there and what is proportionate in terms of responding to that potential hazard risk.
So just to be clear, disclosure of this information to the council or undertaken by a council does not necessarily establish the negligence in of itself. Okay.
No. Information disclosure is a proportionate response to certain types of hazard risk, and that's the context in which we'll talk about the next couple of slides. So I pulled up there a couple of recent examples. Mike's already spoken about Spinnaker Drive, Ocean Parade and Porirua Bay is another. And just so you know that you're not the only ones dealing with these issues, I've referenced there Ruby Bay in Tasman. This was one that we were involved in at the very early stages, post the the August 22 severe storms that they had, where in Ruby Bay, Stafford Drive served a very main thoroughfare, which was regularly used. Post that event, they had 5,000 cubic metres of land that slipped and blocked 2 lanes of a well-used road, as well as 700 cubes of debris and vegetation. And so the council came to us and said, what on earth do we do here? Oh, and the kicker was that on top of the cliff that slid, there were about 4 or 5 very large and very expensive rural residential properties overlooking the ocean. So the landowners were really concerned. They lost half of their front lawn, but the council was also quite concerned to make sure that it progressed its process in the right way. On our advice, they engaged Geotech, which is what you have been doing here with your slips, who assessed and identified 3 options, 2 of which involved closure of the road, either on a temporary, which wasn't really temporary, but a permanent basis was the other option, or then 3, which was clear the slips and then look to rectify, remediate, and have an ongoing monitoring program, which is the option they went for because they realised it was too expensive to actually build a new road somewhere else, which they would have had to have done if they'd closed. So these are not easy issues, particularly where one of the options involves road closure, which is not a fun process for councils to have to work through. So I just wanted to say that there are other examples, and each and every case is very different in terms of its scale of effect and complication.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to Albatross Close there, and I wonder what responsibility there is on developers, or what comeback you have on the developers for their original plans, building of those areas. That was a road that fell away as well.
No, there was a house.
Albatross Close.
Albatross. Oh,
yeah.
Albatross.
the
whole
other
road,
bit.
yeah,
Okay, I'm
yeah.
thinking of,
So that was a whole roadway that fell away. Well, it moved, yeah. Is there any comeback on developers for their original involvement in that?
There's always great difficulty in trying to go after who might have been originally responsible for delivering the development. Generally speaking, we end up having to look at questions around who did the design. Was there negligent aspects of the design which ultimately led to the failure? So I can't say yes or no. It's impossible to be definitive on that without having a bit more of the context.
it was 30 years old and the developer had gone broke, so yeah.
That might be your answer, Mike.
Yeah.
So moving on to topic 2. We do talk a lot, and I've been actually meeting with other councils recently to have this exact same conversation. We do talk about hazard risk a lot and about the council's role in relation to hazards. And I think the starting point for this slide is to just make the point it's not safe for the council to just ignore it. it's better for the council to be a little bit more proactive in this space, because it's the information that we have and that we make available which is ultimately going to drive or change behaviours in relation to how we respond to risks, and that's at both a council level or a landowner level. I don't envy councils, because they are in between the proverbial rock and a hard place by having information that might have a detrimental impact on landowners now, but which will be of benefit to prospective or future landowners so that they can make informed decisions. And it's the tension between the two which leads the council in the middle. And yes, I know you have to make decisions around what information you make available, but erring on the side of the caution is probably not a bad position to be in. And we'll come to that on the next slide. But just in terms of the longer term or more strategic approach to hazards, the council, while it's got no direct duty to private landowners to protect property, does have regulatory responsibilities under the Local Government Act, RMA and Building Act. You are required through your decision making to be aware of natural hazards, and for an RMA, in an RMA context, manage the use of land to avoid significant natural hazard risk. Now, putting aside the use of the word management, which I really dislike, because what does it really mean? That exists. It's not well articulated. We're expecting some reform which will better explain how a council is supposed to discharge this responsibility. But management in any sense will require you to have some awareness or understanding of what the hazard risk is, so that you can then develop a policy approach or an operational approach that will address those risks. So it's not safe to just ignore it. It's better to plan for it, and that's what Rory will be talking about soon. The other point there is that generally across the country we see hazard assessments, hazard mapping and hazard overlays being incorporated in district plans. There's two different parts to that process, which Rory will touch on as well. Firstly, the council is entitled, and quite rightly in my view, to commission hazard-related assessments so that it understands the environment that it's operating in and that it's required to manage. There is no immediate ability for anyone in the community to challenge the information that is provided to the council unless the council takes steps to include it on a limb or publishes it or does something deliberate with that information. Unless you go through a district plan process to incorporate hazard mapping in that document. The district plan process is a Schedule 1 public process where if landowners don't like it or fundamentally disagree with the veracity of the information, they can make submissions and then it's tested in that usual way. We're not yet at that point with the work that Rory's talking about, but if the council does decide to initiate a plan change, that will likely be what plays out from there. And we've seen that in the media recently with Nelson City Council, who commissioned a whole raft of hazard mapping through the district plan process that they're working through. That information was tested, which led to 1,800 of the mapped properties falling out of the maps because the risk was in fact over-engineered in some places but not in others. And similar situation elsewhere in the Hawke's Bay as well, where these hazard maps are being tested through RMA processes.
Yeah, I've got one before, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got a list. So with Spinnaker Drive, as the example you used there, we've had that road shut for 2 years and we say the land's moving. Do we have any timeframes on these? Because we managed to open Porirua Bay straight away down to one lane. And in Spinnaker Drive, the residents are, I can understand, getting a bit snotty. Weewala, who live there. 2 years is an awful long time to keep a road shut, and then we say it's still moving, oh, now we're going to do something? Like, is there any time frame that councils have to meet legally? Because now we're saying, oops, yes, it's still moving, we're going to put a wall in, and it'll eventually reopen. I'm guessing it's going to take, the wall won't be built till summer, so we're probably taking another year. Do we have any statutory timeframes around ourselves to do these? Because I think it's been handled, I'm sorry, staff, really poorly.
No, is the short point. I can appreciate the frustration, and I understand that frustration will be shared by residents and people around this table as well as council staff. But I think the most important thing from a risk perspective for council is to make sure that you are doing the work and understanding what needs to be done in the most rational, sensible way. And in that case, I understand, and I'm not as close to it as Mike will be, but there was a process to go and engage your PDP, who are the consultants working on the solution. That needs to be mapped out and undertaken in the right way so that whatever solution you put in place is not going to fail. That's in my view, the worst situation if the council was to try and do something too quickly to then find that whatever solution was put in place was to then fail. You'll end up with further failures and further closures, which is going to be of even more frustration. So there is no...
I think it was the time frame because I think it took a year to get there. But Mike, your question?
No, so introducing these hazard maps and things, we're actually introducing a level for insurance companies to increase levies on properties and that. So do we have some responsibility to those insurance companies as well? And would they be using these hazard maps to actually increase premiums on properties?
This is an interesting point, and I actually was had a good conversation with Chris Farfoy, who's the Chief Executive of the Insurance Council. I'm sure he's presented to you or speaking to you at some point. I guess the starting point is that if you are told there is an increased or a potential hazard affecting property, then you'd expect for the premiums to go up. And I think across the board, it's probably a fair conclusion to reach that our insurance premiums might over time continue to climb, particularly when New Zealand has more catastrophic events that cause loss and damage. But his interesting take after speaking with reinsurers and insurance companies around the country was that they actually look very positively and favourably on councils who are going through this exercise of getting more information and then starting to have a more strategic plan and framework around managing risk. And that the more they see that happening, the more likely it's going to become easier to secure policies. And that's their take on it. They're saying putting your head in the sand is not the approach that's going to keep premiums at a modest level. Doing nothing is in fact going to push those premiums up because the overseas reinsurers look at it and say New Zealand's just simply not preparing for these events. So there's a bit of both sides there. Yeah. But I was a little bit surprised, but also quite heartened to hear him say that, which I thought I'd just relay to this room.
Thank you.
All right, limb obligations. This is also an issue that is proving to be a tricky one at the moment across the country, particularly where councils are doing the responsible thing and trying to understand what their longer-term exposure to sea level rise and coastal inundation looks like. Southern District Council has recently met to talk about whether they're going to be publishing or putting this coastal hazard type information on their limbs, and other councils are having to have the same conversations around regional risk assessments that they've been commissioning. Hawke's Bay, for example, has just published a regional risk assessment document, but it was prepared at an intentionally or deliberately high level. And so the question then is, well, if a limb is requested, what in that report needs to be disclosed on a limb versus what doesn't? I'm assuming here that everybody's pretty familiar with what a limb is, so I can jump through the first key points. The case law on this is interesting. It makes the point that a limb is not an advisory tool. It's not a warranty that property is safe. It's a tool that is used and should be used for the purpose of disclosing relevant information that can then inform what a potential purchaser might do or might not do. For example, if you're a purchaser that gets told of a potential landslide risk, you might expect them to undertake some more due diligence, but that's completely for them to decide. The council shouldn't be directing that or requiring that because it doesn't have any ability to. We do, however, see that these limbs are questioned and challenged, and Kapiti Coast has been through the High Court once and it's going there again. And there are repeated challenges around the accuracy or credibility of information that councils put on limbs for various reasons. If there is any doubt, and judgment can be exercised at a council level first, if there is any doubt about information that you know or hold, you can reference that as an assumption or caveat with the information you include on a limb. And I'm aware that this discussion has occurred within this council about some historical flood mapping. We do see this elsewhere around the country as well, where the information is known, therefore you've got an obligation to disclose it, but the way you do it needs to be worked through so that you can disclose it in a way that this hasn't been peer reviewed, for example, or that it's old and the council was going through an updated process to ensure that the information is the best available. So that's first observation. Nothing about the current case law or the current obligations on council when preparing LIMS is likely to change through the now LGOIMA amendments that are coming into force from 1st of July this year. Instead, what is happening is there are a couple of new provisions which assist by further clarifying the information about hazards which needs to be disclosed on a LIM. So that's useful. There is a slight broadening of the information that needs to be provided, because it now captures the cumulative or collective effect of multiple hazards that might affect property. It's not quite clear how many situations that will be relevant, but if you do have a property that's subject to, say, some landslide risk that also has an overland flow path going through it, then you might have to cast your mind to whether or not, if there is a flood event or severe weather, whether that's going to perpetuate or increase the landslide risk for that particular property. So that's going to be a task that the council will need to consider when it does receive requests from 1st of July, and over the intervening 6 weeks, it would be good to get everybody ready and operating in that mindset. In October, there is going to be another set of changes that comes into play, and these are new regulations which don't change the information that's required to be disclosed, but what they do is they are seeking to bring in a more uniform approach to how LIM information is presented in relation to natural hazards. So this is more about structural changes, with a LIM needing to be set out in a particular way and with particular headings. Where it is particularly useful, though, is it makes it pretty clear that if the council holds a technical report, i.e. something that was prepared by PDP or another consultancy, it's not required to include in a LIM a full copy of that technical report. Instead, it can just include the key details about the report and then provide a link to it where it might be held elsewhere. So again, it's signalling that these LIMs are not advisory. It's not for the council to disclose the full extent of the risk and what it might mean. It's a direction that for potential purchasers, the council holds this information and here's where you can go and review it for yourself. The other change, which I've noted there, is that the LGOIMA amendments codify what was formerly a case law concept where the council is protected from liability, where it makes information available in good faith. So again, this is a provision that supports your production and release of information known to you without running the risk that you're going to be subject to some sort of liability down the line. If the council doesn't provide the information on a LIM in good faith, and I'm yet to learn when that might be, that's where you could be at risk. But I'd like to think that that's not a hugely significant risk.
Josh has got a question, sorry.
Yeah, a couple of things around this. Thank you. And I suspect this is to do with the situation you've referenced around flood mapping, because we've been hearing a lot recently about, in particular from some residents that we have in Pausahanui, that have mapping that they are very confident is not accurate. And so my questions are around, there's a couple parts here. So first around where if there is a doubt about the quality of information, a balanced or caveated LIM is appropriate. Mm-hmm. What would that look like in a situation where we've got flood mapping that is the best that we have available because it's the only mapping that we have, but there's some reasonable evidence to suggest that it may not be accurate? What would that actually look like, and do we know if that's an approach that we have been taking with our LIMs?
So we've provided some advice to Leonie and team about these issues, and one of the observations I guess to make in this context is that it's accepted that that mapping is old and that it was also undertaken at a fairly coarse level, so it wasn't detailed assessments of particular properties, but at the time the council might be asked to prepare a LIM, the focus is going to be on the specific property in question. Having that mapping as a reference point that the council would need to use as a starter, but if in assessing that particular property, it's pretty clear that that mapping applies to, elevations that will simply never be flooded, well, there's an exercise of judgment to make there around whether that mapping is in fact a special feature or characteristic of that land, the flood risk, sorry, that needs to be recorded on the limb. Just because the mapping's there doesn't mean that the council has to include it if it's quite clear on an officer judgment that it can't apply to that particular property.
Okay, that's interesting, and I guess I'd be interested potentially in some further advice around this, but potentially outside from here, because that appears to conflict with what my understanding of what we have been told is the case. Certainly that conflicts with the understanding that the residents out that way have. My understanding was we were told that if you have mapping, it must be included, even if we know that it isn't accurate, and that's the source of the anger amongst those residents at the moment.
No, I don't think that's quite the advice that's been given. That
I
there
did
is-
send the new attachment. You got the new attachment. I sent them the new laws. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I spoke to them on Tuesday evening about this, and there is a lot of anger still, and certainly the understanding that the residents have is that that information has to be included because we have it. And if that's not the case, I'd love to be corrected.
Kia ora tātou, Manager Building Assurance, Leonie McPhail. We have determined that it is significant and a special feature to include, so we've already made the decision that it is to be included in the LIM. And so we understand that there may be objection to, from residents regarding that information, but we still believe that it's relevant to be submitted as part of those LIM applications. And just to remind the room that we are looking to supersede those maps with modelling that's occurring this year.
Okay. My concern, I guess, comes from... Would you be able to speak a little bit more to why it is that we've determined that we believe it is relevant when there's probably some reasonable doubt around the quality of the information?
Could we maybe take it?
Yeah.
I can probably. I don't think I'm.
So if what I could just flag at a very high level, and I don't even necessarily need an immediate response to this now, that there are two key concerns I have. One obviously is about the individual concerns of the landowners, some of which I understand are trying to sell properties now and it's having an impact. I was concerned, though, and this gets into the second branch of my questions from what you mentioned before around this idea that we have to provide information in good faith, and we can't be held liable in a situation where we've provided information in good faith. And my concern is what happens in a situation where we have provided information where we have a reasonable cause to believe that it may not be accurate information that is having an impact on properties. Is that good faith? And therefore, are there going to be liability issues for council?
Question, Leonie, we had legal advice? Yes?
Yes, we have. Yes, I've been
And
working
flooding's
with...
not a geohazard.
So yes, I have been working with Mike. I think the word accuracy is probably something that we need to be mindful of, because until the new modelling is completed, we don't entirely know exactly what that mapping will look like. So although the residents are confident that the current mapping is inaccurate, that's not something that I have confirmed until we actually have the modelling done.
Okay.
So we have never used the word inaccurate. They use the word inaccurate. We have not used that because we simply don't know.
Yeah. Is there a pathway outside? Obviously, we're doing the work to get upgraded mapping. That could take an extended period of time. We don't have a clear time frame around when we're going to get that. For immediate or pressing issues, is there a pathway that individual landowners can go down to, if they can provide evidence to challenge something like that they can bring to council? Is there anything a landowner can do, or are they basically subject to having to wait as long as it takes for us to get the new mapping?
We do include the caveat that Mike mentioned in our LIM, so we have made it clear that that it was at low level type exercise rather than the modelling that we're undertaking this year. In terms of that part, Mike, are you able to assist? Sorry.
I think in terms of the potential that landowners would commission their own advice and then provide that information to the council, well, then that potentially adds to the information that the council will hold. Mm-hmm. And what that would mean is that if a LIM is requested for that particular property, the council will have the older maps that it's held and it's known about for some time, as well as new information. So the council would then need to look at both and make an informed decision as to what it decides to include on a limb if a limb is requested. This is only a relevant issue in a limb context where a limb is requested. I can appreciate that landowners might have a broader concern around the accuracy of any information held by the council, but it doesn't bite, I don't think, until a limb is requested, because that's the point at which the council needs to exercise some judgment about how it produces a limb.
Yeah.
In terms of the broader concern that you've raised around landowner concerns about inaccuracy, that's also not uncommon. There are a number of councils at the moment who have obtained regional or full district-wide assessment information, and there's been a concern from either regional council level or from landowner level that it's not an accurate information data set.
Yeah.
That's where you need to just consider how you're going to incorporate that in a limb in a way that reflects the picture accurately. And so, as Leonie mentioned in this case, the wording used in the limb at the moment, or that potentially might be used, is recognising that the mapping held by the council is, for one, old, but that it was undertaken at a coarse rather than fine-grained level. Now, that sets the scene for what exercise went through when this mapping was created, to try and, I guess, portray the situation that this is not a completely accurate site-specific assessment and that information is not held by the council and attempting to claim to be of that nature. So there's a softening of the position, which I think is of benefit to the landowner because it reflects the nature of the information held. I completely understand that won't solve the landowner's concerns when they're worried about the impact on them. But focusing on the landowner is also losing sight of the bigger picture around why these information disclosure obligations exist. And I think that's what the amendments are trying to capture as well. They're suggesting that it is the right position for the council to adopt to disclose what is known, even if it doesn't fully accept the accuracy of it, with appropriate assumptions or caveats built into the way they do that so that the information disclosure obligations are satisfied.
So what sort of level of information do we need? So using this point here about if there is doubt about the quality of information, you can have that caveated limb. What sort of threshold of information is necessary to create doubt that would be considered reasonable enough to trigger that sort of provision? But presumably just a landowner challenging it in a vacuum, that's probably not reasonable in of itself. If they've got some evidence, potentially it is. Is there a clear sort of threshold that level of evidence has to reach?
Look, there's not really. The term potential hazard is used in the legislation, and that's now, with the amendments that will come into play in July, that's a phrase that is defined in this Act now as being a reasonable probability objectively determined. So we're working in that context. Okay. I don't think it's possible in a risk situation to determine a strict threshold, because risk is a complicated issue where you do have issues like probability, possibility floating around, as well as the community tolerance towards risk and the likelihood. I mean, for some, we're dealing with 1 in 100 year flood situations. For earthquakes, we're dealing with potential risks of real magnitude and consequence, but that don't sit on a 1 in 100 year time frame. They can be very, very generous. So having a strict threshold is really not possible. We are hoping to see some reform in relation to natural hazard management, where there might be a bit more guidance given to how you assess and then plan for that risk. But in this situation, we can't forget that it's information disclosure, which Lagoima is about, rather than quantifying and then assessing the thresholds that might apply to your management approach.
Okay, I've got one more question on this, just to make sure my understanding is correct for if I'm trying to give advice to residents around this. So I'm going to describe my understanding of what you've said to me, and please tell me if this is incorrect. So if there is information on a limb that a landowner feels is inaccurate and as a result is having an unfair impact on them and their ability to sell the property or whatever the problem is, in order for them to challenge the information that is on the limb, they have to present some information to council which would give us enough evidence to say, okay, maybe the information we have, there could potentially be an issue with that. And the ways that could happen could either be through council getting more of its own information, i.e. we're doing new mapping that can replace it, or in the absence of that, they could choose to commission their own work to check the quality of the land that they could then provide to council. And if that was at a high enough level of quality, council would then look at that work they've independently commissioned and say that could also go on the limb as a balancing factor. Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't think that I would be encouraging or suggesting that landowners should be doing it or working through that particular process. I do wonder whether we need to come back and revisit this conversation after Rory describes what this presentation is about.
Yeah.
Because it's important for the council to have some control over the information that it is commissioning and that it is then tasked with reviewing. If every landowner had concerns about mapping and then the council was required to go and peer review their own independently commissioned work, that would be a pretty big cost that the council would be taking on.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's right for the council to be suggesting that that approach is available. I wonder whether we need to, as a team, just have a discussion around that last question you asked and come back to you with a bit more thought on the situation that you're dealing with the residents. And
We can get the group back in as suggested to go through it with them.
Yeah, I think as long as there's a clear understanding about what does the pathway look like for challenging information that council has, and is that pathway something that is accessible to people and straightforward enough in their ability to understand. And I think if that's there...
I think they're trying to do it as a community, not as an individual.
I think they'd take anything they could at this point, to be honest.
Well, they haven't come back because we've given them the offer to come back. So
Yeah.
we'll do that later after these guys have done theirs.
Yeah.
I think that the terminology that we'll just park with now is that when assessing whether there is risk or potential risk, it's whether there's a reasonable possibility. Now, that's a pretty broad term.
Yeah.
And in a context where the council holds mapping, which says, yes, there is a potential hazard affecting property, it's a difficult situation to just disregard that information without good reason.
Yeah.
So let's just leave it now and hear from Rory, because I do think there's going to be some probably discussion that flows out from that as well.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And thank you. This has been helpful. I appreciate it. Cheers.
Okay. I'm handing over to you. Someone told me they had to leave. Oh. Yeah, well, it is 5 to 2. Yeah, is there 3 of you going at 2 o'clock? You two. Okay. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Rory Sneaton Tuka Ingoa. I'm a Principal Policy Planner here at Council. I've very quickly now just truncated my speaking notes somewhat because of the fulsome discussion previously, but I've sort of been instructed to take the presentation as read to speed things up a little bit as well, and I'll just touch on very briefly some of the main points that I've now sort of highlighted in my notes. Basically, following on from the risks and council liability discussed by Mr Wakefield in relation to landslides, council staff are undertaking work to mitigate some of that risk, and this is what we're calling the Geohazards project. And as a byline on the slide suggests, the overarching purpose of this project is to better manage geological natural hazards within Porirua, and that includes risk from landslides. So I'll just skip forward. So one of the driving forces behind the project is the cross-council need for a better understanding of the geological hazards in Porirua. And as the slide sort of shows, there's a number of teams there that will feed off of and incorporate this information into their work, ranging from district planning and policy through to consenting, both building and resource, and then operational teams as well in terms of parks, property, transport, those things. So I'll assume that as I read the slides, everyone will sort of understand what we're referring to in terms of geohazards, and I'll probably skip a lot of these ones as well because we're probably pretty well familiar that there's fault lines in Porirua. We get shaken pretty regularly. There's 3 main ones. Actually, this is probably important. There is existing mapping at a regional scale for, this is the liquefaction. So that is publicly available information. It's on the Greater Wellington website. People can access that already, and insurance companies as well. Similarly, for landslide risk, this is specifically for earthquake-induced landslides. This information was actually produced about 30 years ago, so this has been around for a long time as well. But that information is also there and is, still relevant today. So moving forward, this is just a bit of the history of what's gone on so far. We're probably all aware of that as well. Just a little bit more detail. Proposed Porirua District Plan took a risk-based approach to natural hazards. We've got a lot of natural hazards overlays in the plan already, covering flooding, coastal erosion and flooding, tsunami and fault rupture. But liquefaction and slope stability, or landslides, just a different terminology, were not included at that time. So following that, the hearing panel recommended that we do include liquefaction and landslides within the district plan to address those hazards, and also they found some issues with the fault rupture provisions as well, because they didn't work quite as well as they could, but they weren't able to address those issues at the time. So there's also been a few changes at the regional policy level around managing hazard risk, and so this just built on that a little bit. This was just to show how those drivers are impacting, and so this is, I guess, more of what we were talking about just before around getting district-wide technical assessments completed for liquefaction and landslides. That'll provide the information to us to then progress with a plan change process, and will also feed into a lot of the other councils as well.
Will you take a question, or would you rather wait?
I can happy to take
Jeff,
a question now. Sorry.
Thanks, Rory, and thank you, Your Worship. Taking this as read, so I'm going to get you to the money shot now. Page 25. Consultation options and the issue around option A or option B. You're seeking some guidance with regards to the direction of travel in terms of choosing which one of those options, in terms of the balancing, which you've already detailed in one of the other latter tables. I'll give you my 2 cents now. I think the concern I would have is creating confusion with people who are wanting to have some certainty as they feed into this process. I feel like if it was done across a period of Purdah and the election campaign, that might be challenging. I therefore think that it should be consolidated into one process that's actually consistent. So it would lead me to think that option B is a better one. And furthermore, I would think that it would be better to hold this process until after the election, though, again, it all really depends on how officers will how quickly they can get some sort of meaningful information. That said, there may not be anything that can be helpful other than more generic, high-level commentary. And I think that we could already have that information potentially already in the conversation. So if you're looking for me to give you some idea of the direction of travel, it's probably B, and it's probably after the election. Though I strenuously agree with the point of the independent hearing panel that we have to do this work, and the extended issues that have been highlighted as part of the analysis. So I've got no dispute about that.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the ladies before they take off. Is he A or B?
I can say, but B would be.
Okay. Is it, Kylie?
Yeah, B.
B. Well, I'm just going round. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Some of them are leaving. That's all. An indication. It's not. Yeah. No, it's just an indication. Yeah. Indication. Yep. Okay. Carry on. There you go.
Well, I suppose, that, as you say, that was really the crux of the latest decision. So I guess we've got pretty clear guidance on consultation. So if anyone had any other
No, we haven't, because
questions
we still haven't had Josh or Kathleen. They haven't agreed to anything. Nathan's not here. We haven't. You've just given the option B. Yeah. No, but I'm saying we haven't heard from everyone. Yeah. Sorry, if you thought that was it's an indicator. I know that is what the purpose of the workshop is. At the moment, I've got sitting on B is Jeff, Izzy, Mike, Mose, Anita, Ross, and Mike. Yeah. Kylie, yeah, I had you.
just remind you, this isn't a decision.
No decision.
We're just trying to work out how best to approach the decision you ultimately have to make. So, yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's just an indication. So it's just Josh and Kathleen. It's fine, we've got beta. Yeah.
Okay.
That way it comes back to you.
I guess I can just...
Yes, Ross? Yeah.
When you're gathering data, in the issue of liquefaction, does that involve things like drilling as well? Or how is that?
Good question. So the assessments being done, primarily being done desktop, but there's the geotechnical database which provides when drillers go out and do boreholes, they upload that to a national database, and then there's a whole lot of other ones that the consultants have access to through their own drilling that they've done previously. So that's what informs the data, and the guidance documents that they're following sets out how much data they need to achieve a certain level of assessment. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Okay. Happy with that?
Yep.
Thank you. That brings our final one in, ladies. Porirua Cemetery, you're off. Porirua Cemetery Patients Memorial. Julian. Sorry.
Kia ora, everyone. We're here to talk about a cool project that we're keen to get a bit of direction on. Daniel Crisp is our cemeteries manager, as you know, clicker.
It's there, yep.
Who's been working really hard over the past couple of years with the Crown to make sure that these members of the community and the region are remembered. And now we have an opportunity to memorialise their names in perpetuity. So I will hand it over to Daniel.
Fantastic, thank you. I'll take the briefing paper as read. Yes. Right, kia ora, councillors. Really great opportunity here. Quite surreal, and for me personally, that we're talking about this. I remember back in 2022 when the Royal Inquiry was gathering information and working with our records team and finalising this list, and just the gravity of how many unmarked patients we have really sunk in. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll just flip through the slideshows basically, and then happy to take questions as we go, or if you have any up front, also happy to take them.
Jeff?
Go on, Jeff.
Thank you. Obviously, there are a number of stakeholders that also have to be incorporated, and although this is primarily through the Royal Commission on State Abuse and Care, there are also individuals who have been identified in the past in the Porirua Cemetery location as veterans as well. So one of the stakeholders, I'm assuming that you guys are already working with, is Commonwealth War Graves Commission and Veterans Affairs to a lesser extent in terms of finding potential descendants and so forth. Is there any additional role that they can play, especially when I think about meeting the putea of this project?
Great question. We always love more putea. Yes, we can definitely keep them informed on the project. I work pretty closely with them anyway, and we know that the veterans that we have already found aren't Commonwealth specifically, but they've already put, Veterans Affairs have already put a lot of money and over 20 headstones in for unmarked patients that were veterans. So they could argue they've put a fair bit forward already. Yep. But we'll definitely keep them informed. Yep. Right, so if you've been to Porirua Cemetery before, you might notice on the left, as you drive in, there's a big grass bank. And it looks like a beautiful grass bank, but it's actually hundreds of graves. And that's one of the areas of the cemetery where there's a concentration of patients buried there. So that kind of gives you an idea of the scale of it. And the other picture that gives you a good idea is this aerial shot from the 90s. Now down by the road, there's some trees there which have since fallen down. But this aerial shot gives you a really good scale of, you can see where there are headstones and where there are monuments. And you can see that there's a lot of grass space as well. The number I've included there is because we've got that 3,526 people buried at Porirua, including ashes, and over half of them unmarked patients. So yeah, the scale of it is quite significant, and it's a massive project to undertake, and really special for not only Porirua but the Wellington region as well. Now there is already a small memorial technically for unmarked graves, and this is all information we provided to the Royal Inquiry. But that memorial is only about 1 metre high. It was donated back in 1995, I think I can see on the bottom there. And that was a charity case from Ninnis Funeral Home and a stonemason, and we contributed as well. So there is something, which is better than nothing. But the trouble with this memorial is it's over there in the back corner of the cemetery in a garden. And so it's not very visible at all from the front entrance. There's no signs indicating where it is. So you'd only find it if you knew it was there, basically. So there is something, and in that corner is the one section of the cemetery where we've got 149 patients buried. And that's the only section of the cemetery where, because I know this might be one of the questions, where there's about 200 graves, and we know who's in the graves, just not where they are. Everywhere else in the cemetery, it's completely mapped out, and we know exactly where everyone is. So that's the chart that was provided in a Stuff article about the Royal Inquiry and some of the information provided. So you can see even, not that it's a competition, but even close second from Sydenham Cemetery is 1,000. And so, yeah, the scale of it is quite huge. And we do have some up at Whenua Tapu as well. We've got about 111 there in unmarked graves. Up in Tokanui, they had a cemetery there, which was by a asylum as well, or a mental hospital, and that's the memorial for it. And it's well, that was the memorial for it, and it was just a basic farmland. It was the corner of the farm and just a paddock, and that was all they had. They've since worked. They've had some volunteers and sponsorship and a lot of good charity to put in a proper memorial wall with every name. So that's really awesome.
It is.
And I've included at the bottom just some figures there. So there's 500 names on that memorial. And it was done about a decade ago, but that's the best. We've adjusted for inflation, and that's the best scoping we have in terms of what our memorial may cost. 500 names was only on one side, so you could have put another 500 on the other side if you wanted to. So you're looking at 75, 80 grand for 1,000 names, and then add another 700 names plus on top of that. Gives you an idea of what we need to make this happen. That's a small plaque at Porirua Cemetery, Whenua Tapu Cemetery, sorry. There's an unmarked plot with unclaimed ashes at Whenua Tapu, and in that plot 38 of those ashes are from patients as well. We wanted to give them a plaque, which was at least something to remember them as well. And just looking around Whenua Tapu, that's a potential area where we could do a small memorial for those that are at Whenua Tapu as well. That's kind of a footpath that was obviously put in and never used for anything. I don't know why. But to the left of that, in that lawn plaque section, there's also about 30 or 40 patients just there, so they are close to that area. And there's our services memorial in Porirua Cemetery. Many of you will remember attending the unveiling for that. And so that's a really special thing. Cost Veterans Affairs around 40,000. There's only 130 names, but they made the names pretty big and pretty big spacing because it's kind of veterans and, all uniform and nice and tidy. So, that again just gives you an idea of how much it will cost and how many names, but we could definitely have fitted more names on that if we needed to. Very high level concept designs because we didn't want to come to you with nothing. We've been working with our landscape architect to look at what a memorial may look like. And this is just some ideas. So granite pillar columns with names on all four sides. and also doing that kind of artwork installation just to really highlight that these were people. They had occupations. They were bootmakers and bricklayers and bank clerks. Funnily enough, since we did the news release last week, we've had over 40 families get in touch already, which is fantastic. And we expect they'll keep coming in drips and drabs.
How many can get on a pillar? How many names? How many pillars are you going to need?
So we're going to need possibly about 6 or 7 pillars. Yeah. And they'd be about my height, 1.8, 2 metres high. Yeah. And one of the families that got in touch, they said, yep, this is my descendant here. And he was also an ex-All Black.
Wow.
So it just really brings it home that, whilst these people were admitted, and I know society was different back then in terms of mental health, they were people, and they were brothers and sisters and mothers. And that's that. So, yeah, really just wanting any questions or any sense of direction from council around support for the project, because...
Oh, I completely support the project. I think it's awesome. But Jeff's got a question.
I'd like you to kind of go into the detail of the potential for engagement with Ngāti Toa.
Yep.
And I say this just in the context of, my own personal perspective on this. But as you say, these are individuals who all had lives of themselves. But also knowing at that time, this enormous stigma that happened around those with mental health being a challenge, that they were ostracised, the stigma around that, they were ostracised from their whānau, ostracised from all parts of their previous life. And for some families, that is still an enduring trauma. And I'm glad that people are coming forward to, acknowledge their connection to the people who are there. But there will be some for which there is no connection, or the whānau is just not equipped to take that next step in there. It befalls upon someone. And I think Ngāti Toa have a unique position here, holding mana whenua, to make sure that whatever we do, the unveiling can't just be pulling something off a po. Yep. It must be something more than that. And I think that is, we should be, if you're looking for direction of travel, I'm trying to give you some license to say we need to have a far more broader conversation with Ngāti Toa about making sure that when we get to a point where we're going to do this, that it's actually not just about the physical structures, it's about the stories and the helping people guide themselves to he wai kāinga, because they may not have gone in that sense.
Yep.
And they need to have license for that.
Yep.
Okay.
You are working with Ngāti Toa anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, so it's a fantastic question, and definitely talk with that because I've seen the history behind the land, and Ngāti Toa contributed to our new information board at Porirua as well. And so just with the whenua as well, and just acknowledging mana whenua, it's really important that, the briefing paper talks about one of the first things we want to do is probably after this workshop, basically straight away, is talk with Ngāti Toa around doing a whakawātea, so a land healing ceremony, because, like you say, there's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of mai for the people that are in that whenua, and the history of the asylum of that land as well. So that's really important for me personally. I don't want to just go up and slap a memorial and call it done. It's not that. That's part of it, but there's definitely that spiritual aspect too, and just acknowledging mana whenua, absolutely.
Yep, Ross.
I assume this is unbudgeted expenditure.
Short answer, yes. So since 2022, I've always had this in my head. It'll be fantastic to do this, and that's why it's quite surreal that I'm here today. It's kind of been kicked into action because of the government's royal inquiry and the recommendations from that. So one of the recommendations was setting up the Survivor Support Recognition Fund. Always a mouthful to get right. And that's $2 million that the government set up that councils and NGOs can apply to for up to $50,000. Now we'll be applying to that and saying we want all of that, please. And we will also be making a case, I've been working with Moana as well, of asking for more, simply because of the special circumstances at Porirua, that nationally we are the cemetery with the most unmarked graves. So we'll definitely be bold and ask for more. At this point, we can only guarantee that we get 50,000, but 50,000 divided by that many names is about $26 per person. So yes, at the moment it's unbudgeted, and that's kind of one of the reasons for coming and bringing the paper today is to getting that support, that if we can ask for more money from the council to top up the government fund.
So, look,
So we would come back to you with
Right.
how we could,
how we're going to do it.
how we could find
Look, I support
that.
the intent, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't? But there's not only CapEx, there's OpEx involved here as well, I assume.
Mainly CapEx.
Mainly CapEx. My OpEx can support any small OpEx things, that's fine, yeah.
And any maintenance.
Yep.
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 Yep, Mike.
So how recent or how long ago were those people buried there in unmarked grave? I mean, I remember as a 12-year-old back in the 60s, my dad was a nurse up at the hospital at the time, and a number of people that were a product of the Second World War, like shell shock and things like that, it was horrendous. You would go in there and you'd see these guys and you think, good God, they've been through hell. Is that era as well part of it, or would it be pre-Second World War when they were buried?
So the first burial at Porirua was on the 13th of September 1895, was Charles Crabb, who was a patient. So basically since the cemetery's opened 130 years ago, and now Whenua Tapu since 75, the whole time period, apart from maybe the last couple of decades, obviously, since mental health has evolved some. Yeah.
We were a national place. I mean, we took people from everywhere. So, and then they've obviously left people behind. So it is important that we acknowledge them.
Yeah.
And hitting them for more money is definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the largest asylum in the country.
It was.
If Auckland ran out of room, they'd send them here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Sorry. Going. Yes, Josh.
Yeah, I no questions. Just wanted to say fully support this work. Incredible that we're doing it, and I'm personally of the view that we get as much money from the government as we can on this. But regardless of that, it's work that needs to be done, and I think that's a really important thing. And I would support whatever is necessary because it's extraordinary. So thank you.
Cute. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Kia ora.
We'll close with a karakia. Yes.
I'm sorry, I was in a bit of a rush before. I think I was just flustered. But anyway, we'll take our time. Toru wha, kia horo te marino, kia whakapapa pounamu te moana. He huarahi mā tātou e te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Hui e, tae ki e. Let's go, Pulse!